Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to November's Planning Committee. I'm going to ask Maura to do the notice of summons. We have no members' attendance. Apologies. Thank you, Maura.
Thank you, Chair. Members are hereby summoned to attend the Planning Committee meeting, which will be hybrid socially distanced meeting, conducted remotely via WebEx and also physically in the chamber on the Guildhall on Wednesday, the 3rd of November. Alderman Alan Breslin.
Apologies from Alderman Breslin.
Okay. Alderman Derek Hussey.
Aye, attendance online.
Okay. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Here, Maura.
Thank you, Keith. Alderman Hilary McClintock. Here, Maura. Thank you, Hilary. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here, Maura.
Thank you, Jason. Councillor John Boyle.
Here.
Okay. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
Here, Maura.
Thank you, Angela. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
I'm sure.
Paul. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Dan Kelly.
I'm sure, Maura.
Thank you, Dan. Councillor Patricia Logue. Councillor's here. Thank you, Patricia. Councillor Kieran Maguire. Councillor Kieran Maguire.
I think he's going to be slightly late, Maura.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Philip McKinney. Thank you, Philip. And Councillor Sean Minnie. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, I'd like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the Guildhall or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeat viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use of storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council privacy notice may be found on the Council website www.derrystrabane.com. Have we any declarations of members? No declarations. Okay, I'm going to go straight into Chair's business. Item 7. If you have a look at LA 11-2020 0782A is a misprint, and it should read instead of the Derry Strabane District Council, it should actually read Edmund Simpson. Okay, you seen that? All right. Okay. Right. Okay. Also, number 4, item 4. I requested a site visit for that, so I have. I think it's would be quite appropriate if we all went and had a look at it. I'm sure you'll all agree. Okay. I'm now going to pass across to Maura. He's going to go through late items and a few other items.
Thank you, Chair. Members, we have 2 late items. You'll have received that information prior to the meeting commencing. First item relates to item number 1 on the agenda, and that's the Culdo Road. And it's an email and photograph from the agent, and that was received on the 27th of October. Secondly, for item 6, we have, and that's for 51 Mazines Park, we have received an email from a Mr. Kearns, an objector, and that was received yesterday, the 2nd of November. And members will need to take a few minutes before each of those items or before we start, Chair, to consider those. Members also want to bring to your attention item number 3 on the agenda, and it's in relation to the application at Stonybrook, Dunnamana. The applicant has actually withdrawn that application from the process, not just the schedule, but has withdrawn it from the process. So that item will be removed from the system. And also, members, just to draw to your attention, you will have received notification from ourselves on the 19th of October that the Chief Planning Officer for Northern Ireland and DFI has actually sent a note to confirm that the rural planning policy advice note that was submitted earlier in the year has now actually been withdrawn, and that was withdrawn on the 15th of October. It's just to remind members that that was circulated in the interim. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, I'm just going to give you the running order now. It's 1, 2, 5, 7, and 6. That's 1, 2, 5, 7, and 6. Have any matters arising from the open minutes of the Planning Committee meeting on Wednesday the 6th and Thursday the 7th? Okay, no matters arising. We'll go straight into item 8, which is recommendation for decisions. And the first one is going to be number 1, LA 1120200650. And I'll give you a few minutes there to just look through the late items. We'll give you 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, members, who will help with that? Malachy, would you like to take us through this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 1 is L11 2020-0650. It's a outline application for proposed conversion of building into single-storey dwelling at outbuilding immediately west of 203 Kildog Road. The site is located on a laneway off the Kildog Road, as shown in the attached map and outlined in red. This is the existing plan of the building. The outbuilding as it is, it's just a fairly standard store, and to the right is a proposed indicative plan of the conversion and extension. This is views of the site from Kildog Road. It's not immediately visible from Kildog Road because of the elevated nature of the site off the road, and the mature vegetation that exists between the roadside and the site itself. The relevant policy context is set out in PPS 21, CTY 1 and CTY 4 in terms of the conversion and reuse of existing buildings. As you're aware, CTY 1 sets out the range of types of development that are in principle considered acceptable on the countryside. Conversion of a non-residential building is one type that is considered acceptable, provided it accords with policy CTY 4. And also with paragraph 6.73 of the SPPS, which provides policy clarification in terms of conversion and reuse of existing buildings for residential use. In considering merits of the buildings converted, CTY 4 allows for conversion of a suitable building, where SPPS specifies conversion of a locally important building. The SPPS states that where there is a conflict between the SPPS and the retained policy, which is PPS 21 in this case, should be given to the policy within the SPPS. Therefore, the SPPS provides examples of what is deemed a locally important building, which is the test in this application. So locally important buildings which would merit sympathetic conversion include schoolhouses, churches, and older traditional barns and outbuildings. Conversion to a single dwelling would be acceptable where a proposal would secure the building's upkeep and retention. The attached images show photographs of the building to be converted and extended. Just to give you a context of the site, the building seems to be within the curtilage of a former dwelling which was subject to known as 203 Kildare Road, which is subject to a separate plan application in 2019, which was approved as a replacement dwelling. As you can see here, that was a two-storey dwelling, just above the site in question. So in summary, to date, it is considered that the building is not a locally important building or suitable building worthy of conversion as required by the SPPS. Instead, the building is considered an abandoned outbuilding and its poor state of repair. It would appear to be used as an ancillary storage by residents of the now derelict 203 Kildare Road. Conversion is not required to secure its upkeep or retention, as this is a very minor building and in its present state can adequately serve its purpose, which it appears to be used for at the moment, which is the storage of materials. You recall that the application was before us on two previous occasions in February and September, and at the last occasion it was deferred to allow the applicant to put further evidence forward in terms of an argument of whether this proposal was a locally important building, and in particular the applicant submitted supporting information in respect that the building was a forge which was locally important in that area. So the first piece of additional information was received on the 21st of September. There was a letter from the chairperson of the local historical society advising that there was an old forge in Lacca Wood, Kildare Road. It refers to a Mr. Macbeth operating the forge up until 1960, and a photo was attached showing the building proposed for conversion. There were also two census returns dating from 1901 and 1911 demonstrating that a Robert Macbeth from the Kildare townland was a smith. The evidence submitted refers to a blacksmith operating in the Kildare area. However, there was no firm evidential confirmation that the subject building was the forge belonging to Mr. Macbeth. Since the information was submitted in September, as noted by the chair at the start, there's been a late item in terms of an image submitted by email by the agent acting on behalf of the applicant in late October, and it's an extract from a map which is shown in the image here before, and you will have seen. The map appears to confirm that there was a smithy in the locality of the site. It's not clear on viewing it as referring to the actual building in question, but it does appear to be in the locality. On balance, when considered against the relative and conspicuous and minor nature of the buildings, officers do not agree that the building to convert it is of local importance, and their recommendation to refuse under SPPS remains. And in terms of other policy context, PPS-free roads and PPS-2 have been considered and previously presented and have been addressed through the submission of additional information by the agent. Therefore, the remaining issue from officers in terms of the officer's recommendation relates to CTY 1 of PPS 21 in terms of the principle, and CTY 3, SPPS paragraph 6.7 free in terms of whether the building is a locally important building. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Malachy. We have one speaker, Mr. James Clark, in favour of the applicant. Or sorry, is the applicant. You have 5 minutes, sir, to speak.
Hello. I like to read the letter out from the Kildare and Bonslen Historical Society. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, it's fine.
in support of the site having a forge. To whom it may concern, Old Forge, Lappy Wood, Kildogue Road. As chairman of the Kildogue and Bonds Glen Historical Society, I confirm that the above named building was a forge. The building is located close to Kildogue Orange Hall. The forge was a small building containing bellows and a brazier. All work was done outside. The forge was operating as early as 1935 and possibly before that. The building was owned by Bob Macbeth, better known as Bob the blacksmith. Bob and his wife of 3 had a family, 2 boys and 1 girl, who never married. Bob passed away in 1960 and the family had no interest in continuing the working of the forge. The building therefore fell into a state of disrepair. The Historical Society would welcome the development of the former property. Yours faithfully, Stanley McComb, Chairman. On the Ordnance Survey map from 1900 to 1907, I'm sorry that was handed in as a late item, but as you can see, it clearly marks the word smithy, which is another word for forge, on the map. I hope that this Ordnance Survey map, together with the letter from the Historical Society, is the evidence you need that there was indeed an old forge on this site. If the committee gives us planning permission, we will certainly incorporate elements of the forge in the design of the house. We'll actually call the house the Forge, and you can be sure we will be very sympathetic to the forge history on this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Clark? Mr. Boyle?
Thanks, and thanks, Mr. Clerk, for coming along. Presenting to us, and I do have that particular map in front of me, albeit it's only a section of what is clearly a larger map. However, going from the officer's report, you also have an extant planning approval for 203 Kildogue Road, which is reported to us as also being in a state of disrepair and derelict. Is there a particular reason why we should consider this application, which it's being explained to us that this would be an outbuilding of 203 Kildogue Road, which has an existing planning application? Is there a reason for why there's a planning application from 2019 that, certainly with the evidence I have in front of me, hasn't been acted upon, and yet here we are in 2021 with another one for an outbuilding on inside the same line of development?
It was just basically because of economies of building, and we thought if we were to get planning for both buildings, it would be less expensive to build them both at once rather than build one and then build the other later on.
Alderman Kerrigan, your question.
No, Chair, just thanks for letting me in. Just clarifying the point there, with Mr. Clark there, he does now have, he has provided the evidence there that there was a smithy, and you've spoken, I take it, with the Historical Society there at Kildogue in regards to the application, and you've got this documentation now from Mr. McComb, I think was the name of the chairperson or the letter, signature of that letter, confirming that this was the location of the blacksmiths in the area, and it would be designated as a locally significant application in there, and it's just touching on that there, and you would be minded to where I'm coming from there. I suppose this is only outline at present, I suppose, so we can't like too far into it. You would be minded to try to keep the structure and whatever plan that you would come upon. I mean, in my opinion of it now, whenever it's a small structure of buildings there presently, there's not going to be no barrack of a house built effectively on that site. I mean, what have you thoughts or what you're kind of thinking to incorporate in this?
We planned a small bungalow.
That's grand, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Any questions for the Malachi? Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you again, Chair. And in light of the answer to the previous question, a small bungalow. Malachi, have we any indication of how small, and inverted commas, the small bungalow would be? Looking at the photographs of the outbuilding as it stands, is it suggested that the footprint would be the same as that outbuilding? An inverted commas outbuilding? I don't want to be prescriptive at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Yeah, I would refer to the image shown in the PowerPoint here now. So that's the existing ground floor plan. Although this is an outline, the agent has provided an indicative block plan as how they see the proposal will pan out. So I suppose that the thick black lines will be the existing building or outbuilding, and they propose, I suppose, looking at that, you know, without measuring it, it looks like a 50% increase in terms of a floor plan, you know, to provide sort of modern standards, as I recall from the agent's case submitted. So that would be, I suppose, quite a modest bungalow in terms of a footprint looking at it there, but it'll certainly be bigger than the building that's there at present. There's no indication of proposed height, but a bungalow would normally be somewhere between 5 and 5.5 meters high in terms of a ridge height. So if it was a bungalow, as is an outline, there would be an opportunity to mitigate in terms of condition if members were so going to sort of consider that option in terms of a full reserve matters application.
Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
One last question, Malachi. The email late item of the map, did you say that the audio one here is not great? Did you say that it would be reasonable to say that that map as provided in the late item is that exact site that we're looking at? It's difficult to compare the two. The map that's in the pack certainly looks like it might be, but in your professional opinion, is that the same site we're talking about?
Yes, it does appear to be an extract from a larger map, and given the applicant's variable confirmation from the OS map, it does appear to be the same locality. Our concern, so go back to it, is bring it up here on the screen. That it does say Smuffy, but we don't know. There's a number of buildings in that locality, and I suppose we can't be 100% sure that which building that the word Smuffy is referring to. But it does appear to be the laneway leading up, and my cursor is here appears to be the outbuildings under consideration, and where the cursor is now appears to be the building to be replaced under the 2019 application. There's other buildings here as well, appears on the map. So it's I suppose it's a matter of interpretation of the map of whether that Smuffy refers to that exact building. Thank you, Chair.
Alderman McClintock, is this a question for the planner? Okay.
Chair, for letting me in. Malachi, just a wee question. I'm interested in what the applicant said there about if he did get planning permission about naming the building or naming the residence the Forge, and the sympathetic detail on it. And I suppose that's something going along with the email or the letter that was read out to us from the Historical Society, which is a historical society of some note in the local area. Actually, when I heard the name of it, I certainly have heard of it before. And I think with those two things combined, I suppose what I'm wondering, Malachi, how much weight that would give, whether this would be something that would be likely to be conditioned, because if it could be a bit of history preserved in the area. And so just your thoughts on that, Malachy, please.
Well, in terms of naming the building, that wouldn't be a planning matter. In terms of the existing building and retaining the characteristics of it, certainly from viewing the site, there doesn't appear to be anything relating to the use of a forge, that could be maintained. But I think it would be a positive thing to retain any old building in any application if it's achievable. So I suppose it would be a positive thing to retain the existing structure. The application is for conversion, so I suppose in that there would be a suggestion that would be part of it anyway. So there would be no issues from officers in that respect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy. Councillor Logue, is this a question for the planner?
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Malachy. Malachy, I was just wondering, see those items, those linked items, if you had them when you were, determining this, do you feel that might have changed your decision?
Well, we did have the letter from the Historical Society, and that's been addressed in the committee report. In terms of the map, what I suppose referring back to the slide, is that in our opinion, yes, that we don't deny that there was a smithy or a forge in that area. The policy test as well, it's a locally important building. Our view is that the building is very inconspicuous. It's a very small building, minor, located up off a road. It's not apparent from the road. It may well be that was a smithy, but we can't say 100% even with that lit item. So I suppose our view on balance is that we are maintaining our recommendation to refuse, that it's not a locally important building. But as you're aware that members can put their own wit on both pieces of lit evidence that have been submitted by the applicant and determining whether it meets that critical policy requirement in the SPPS. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was no second, Councillor Minnie. We have a question from Councillor Kelly for the applicant. We don't normally do this, but I'm going to allow you in, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree. It's a matter of interpretation, and I suppose I'm happy to accept the bona fides in relation to the smithy. So, given that, I just wanted clarification from the applicant in relation to the access to this proposed development and the access to the previously approved development. Is that going to be a shared access between the two?
Yes, that would be the idea.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I did have a concern that perhaps this was going to be like just a commercial thing sold off, but obviously that's not going to happen if it's a shared access. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. We have a Alderman Hussey wishes to come in with a proposal. Any other? Would anybody? Sorry, Councillor Minnie. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm just looking at the test again here, locally important building, but I was wondering, is there any guidance as in the policies, or is there any, I don't know, maybe any legal cases about this, but how far we can go back as such in the policy? I mean, I know there was evidence given that this building was last used in 1960, so it's 51 years ago, I think now, but maybe 61 years ago. But I mean, is there any guidance as far how we go back and, with the passage of time, a locally important building, does there any guidance as they say, is there like a time frame where you can stop and on that? I don't know if I make myself clear enough, but thank you, Chair.
No, there's nothing in the criteria, Councillor Minnie, that talks about the time frame from which you could provide that evidence. But Usually in these circumstances, it's, you know, we will obviously consider whatever evidence is put before us. I think it's, you know, as it stands in terms of the building in front of us that we are considering, then you usually would be using that some features. There may be already things and evidence on the existing structure that would put it back into its context historically, which is often done, which then you could see how that could justify if someone was saying this was previously a school or whatever, but that there would be remaining features and scale and specific evidence relating to that specific property. Then we have accepted that type of evidence and could, you know, you couldn't dispute it. I suppose the point here is the evidence that's in front of us, is that directly applicable and to this particular property? And we often get information like this to consider, and it's just in our view the information isn't sufficient to be particularly relevant to this site.
Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Again, another question for officers, either Malachy or on this occasion. Is there anything in your opinion that would suggest that anybody actually ever lived in this building before? Because certainly from what I'm looking at, it does look like a barn. I'm no expert in agricultural outbuildings, but I know had there been proof that somebody had lived here before, that would be a significant contribution to our thinking.
I can take that, Chair. No, there was, from visiting the site, and there doesn't appear to have been used, you know, for human occupation in recent times. There's no evidence of chimneys or any of the classic things features you'd find in a dwelling or a house. Nor was there any evidence of being used as a forge, no, as well. And I suppose to add to the points that Maura was raising and Councillor Mooney's question, one of the other aspects of CTY4 in terms of the test is that if you're going to convert something, it must be to keep its upkeep and retention. Like, no. So our view would be that the building could be upkept as its present use for appears to be maybe 40 or 50 years as a store. Like, no, without having to be required to be converted into a dwelling. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any more questions, officer? Alderman Hussey, you wish to make a proposal?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the contributors. Members will be fully aware that this particular application was the subject of extensive debate at the last meeting. The major concern for me at that last consideration was this issue of validation of the previous use on the site. Now, from what I've heard, I'm convinced. As Molly himself said, you know, it is a subjective situation. But from what I've heard, I'm content that this is a locally important building and regarded so by knowledgeable locals in the area. So on that basis, I am proposing that we overturn the officer's recommendation, and further, on the basis of part 1 of the refusal reasons, that the development is essential. Well, the applicant has clearly outlined there's an economic provision here, you know, providing two as opposed to providing one, you know, and again, you know, that could not be located in a settlement. I always have concerns about this business of corralling into settlements, and we have an opportunity here to provide good housing in the countryside, remembering that this is an outline application, and the concerns that some had as to the market would have on the area, the physical market, etc. It is an outline application, and when the full application comes through, I'm sure that it won't be far off the suggested outline that we have. So on that basis, I am further prepared to propose that this planning committee approve the application as before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that, Chair.
So it's okay. I've seen Alderman Carrigan's just come through there. Okay, so we have a proposal on the floor to overturn the officer's decision. Can we have a vote on that, please? Eamon?
Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Carrigan.
For, Eamon.
Thanks. Alderman McClintock.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Barr.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Against?
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Logue. Thank you. Councillor Maguire. Councillor McKinney. Thank you.
For,
Councillor Moon.
For, Councillor Maguire.
Against?
Sorry, that's Councillor Maguire. Can I just take your vote again?
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Mooney. Thank you. That's 10 for and 3 against.
Okay, Alderman Hussey's proposal is carried. Okay, we're going to move on to number 2. LA1.
Sorry, Chair, for clarification, my proposal was in 2 parts. Number 1, overturning the recommendation. Number 2, for planning committee to issue an approval on this. Was that included in the vote? Thank you.
Repeat that again, please.
Sorry, Chair. The proposal was twofold. 1, that we overturn the recommendation, and 2, that we issue approval for the outline application.
Alderman, yes. Huh? Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, could I ask in terms of conditions, as this is an outline? I mean, members did discuss some aspects of the case, and just for officers to give them direction. One thing that was discussed was the retention of the building and also the shared access. It's just to know that a lot of members were asking those questions. I'm just wondering what conditions we attached, as this is an outline permission. Thanks. And height as well. That was the other thing about the height.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. Well, going by the SPPS in relation to conversion and retention of buildings that are considered significant in a particular locale, there's not much point on us saying this building is significant if it can't be, some elements of it can't be retained. Otherwise, it's not the building that we sought to protect or promote going forward. So I think that needs to be a condition, that there would be elements of retention of what's currently there. I mean, I don't envisage a tin roof's going to be staying, but I can see that there's potential there for some of the exterior walls to form part of any potential future development. I think that needs to be a condition. It's like saying you can build on an old schoolhouse and then just knock down the schoolhouse. You can't. I mean, it's nonsensical.
Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. I voted for this to go ahead, and the reason I voted for this is the applicant and the proposal and going forward has said that they're going to retain those walls. So I think that if we need it as a condition, as a guarantee, then that's why I voted to overturn the decision. Therefore, it should be the dual laneway and the walls retained.
Okay, so we'll put conditions on it that the walls are to be retained as stated by the applicant. Any further questions?
And the shared access.
Thank you, Councillor, or sorry, Alderman Hussey. Okay, we'll move on to number 2, which is LA 1120210223F, and Malik is going to take us through that again.
Thank you, Chair. Item 2, L11-2021-0223F. The proposal is for a sympathetic conversion of an extension to existing store to form new dwelling to meet family demands, land to the rear of 51 Ballygordon Road, Eglinton. And the recommendation is to refuse. The application is located near the junction of Ballygordon Road and Craigback Road, a few miles outside of Eglinton Village. The site is located to the rear of an existing residential property, as well as a recently constructed property. Just here, it's not shown on the map. And the proposed development is to convert an existing store. The existing store is a single-story store with a PVC front door windows and a chimney press. It has an internal staircase. It also has a timber canopy and decked area attached to the front of the building, and it has a large opening where double doors, a roller shutter has been removed. The building is currently in a poor state of, and is located within its own curtilage and does not appear to be forming part of the curtilages of any of the other properties in the locality. So this image on the left will just give you the existing floor plan of the store. So there's a stairwell in the middle, and again the exteriors of the building are shown here. As this is a full application, these are the proposed plans to convert the existing store and to extend it. So there is quite a large extension to the building itself, to form a new dwelling. So similar to the previous application, the policy framework set out in the area plan, the SPPS, PPS2, PPS3, and PPS21. Also the supplementary planning guidance in terms of building on tradition, and DCAN 15 in terms of vehicular access. There's been no representations to the application. In terms of consultations, there's no major issues being raised in terms of the proposed development. So just moving away from the actual drawings, here's photographs of the site that's taken by the case officers on the date of the site visit. As you'll note, it's the building's lying open to the elements, and it's in a poor state of repair. It is a store with, I suppose, some features that are consistent with normally you'd see in a house, I suppose, in terms of having a canopy and a chimney press. Again, here's further images showing you the state of disrepair on that side, and this is within the canopy area, looking back into the store. It's supposed to become a bit of a tipping area. And this image is taken from Ballygordon Road, with the buildings here to the rear of the existing residential property. Again, this image is taken from Craigback Road, and you'll see the building itself just to the rear of the existing dwellings. Again, similar to our last proposal, the proposal falls to be considered under CTY 4 of PPS 21. Again, plan permission will be granted under this policy for proposals for sympathetic conversion, with adaptation, if necessary, of a suitable building for a variety of alternative use, including the use of single dwelling, where it would secure its upkeep and retention. The SPPS introduced a change policy direction clarification relating to CTY 4, stating that the existing building to be declared must be a locally important building, such as a former school, church, traditional barn, or outbuilding. It's officers' opinion that the existing building doesn't fall under the description of a locally important building. Appears to be quite a modern store, lying in a state of disrepair. There's no architectural, historic, or local importance, and therefore we recommend that the proposal fails to satisfy the SPPS test in relation to conversion, and is therefore contrary to CTY1 of PPS 21 and the SPPS and CTY4 of PPS 21, and the existing structure would not be deemed a locally important building. And we're also concerned that the proposed extensions are not sympathetic to the scale and massing of the existing building. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, we have one speaker, Mr. Muir, in favour of the build. Mr. Muir, you have 5 minutes. Mr. Muir, you have 5 minutes to speak. Mr. Muir, if you're having problems, could you indicate in the chat box? Right, members, we don't seem to be able to get Mr. Muir. We do have a statement from with, I believe, Ian was going to read out in his behalf.
Thank you, Chair. Planning statement in support of application number LA11 2021 0223F on behalf of Mr. Mark McKinney. Point 1, existing outbuilding being used for storage. The existing building was constructed around 1980 on the footprint of the original outbuilding, which dated back to around 1930 when 51 Ballycotton Road was constructed. The original outbuilding around 1930 became dilapidated and had to be demolished. 2, PPS 21 policy CTY4. The planning application submitted meets the requirements of the above policy, which is still in existence and has not been superseded yet by the strategic planning policy statement for Northern Ireland. The SPPS for Northern Ireland was indeed meant to be reviewed within 5 years of September 2015. This policy should have been reviewed September 2020 and therefore might be subject to further change when the review takes place. The SPPS for NI states in paragraph 1.6, it should not be read as full explanation, neither does it seek to restate current policy or guidance that is expressed elsewhere, i.e. policy CTY4. 3, the applicant. Mr. Mark McKinney, the applicant, was born in his father's house, 51 Ballycotton Road, and has lived there all of his life. It is Mark's wish to carry on living in this area. He is recently married and looking to start a family. His sister lives in the adjoining property. His parents live at 51 Ballycotton Road, and Mark wants to be near to them in their elder years. 4, SPPS. The SPPS should not be read as full explanation of the variety of complex social, economic, and environmental and other factors that should be addressed in implementing the planning system. Neither does it seek to restate policy or guidance that is expressed elsewhere within the other relevant government policies. The existing suite of planning policy statements and the remaining provisions of a planning strategy for rural Northern Ireland will be cancelled when all 11 councils have adopted a new plan strategy for the whole of their council area. According to my research, this has not yet happened. However, to ensure there's continuity in planning policy for taking planning decisions, whilst councils bring forward operational policies tailored to the local circumstances within new LDPs, the following transitional arrangements shall apply. A transitional period will operate until such times as a planned strategy for the whole of the council area has been adopted. During the transitional period, planning authorities will apply existing policy, i.e. CTY 4, contained within the document identified below together with the SPPS. However, where the SPPS is silent or less prescriptive on a particular planning policy matter than retained policies, this should not be judged to lessen the weight to be afforded to the retained policy, that is PPS 21, Sustainable Development in the Countryside. SPPS for MI states, paragraph 6.69, the following. Policy approach must be to cluster, consolidate and group new development with existing established buildings and promote the reuse of previously used buildings. 5. Other matters. There have been no objections from NI Water, DFI Road Service or the general public. The existing building, which is in poor condition, has stood for 40 years and is an eyesore in the local area. It is the applicant's intention to create a loving family home whilst improving the local area. If this application is refused, this building will stand as a local eyesore for the next 40 years. Can we please do the sensible thing and approve this application? And that's signed Mr. S. Moore, agent on behalf of Mr. Mark McKinney. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thane Eamon. Have we any questions for the planning officer? Question from Malachy? Go ahead, Councillor Jack.
Chair, I was hoping to get an opportunity to ask questions, Damon, but no, but it is unfortunate that we haven't had the opportunity to ask questions to the applicant or to the agent, because there's no doubt that the application that's in front of us would be a planning gain, and I would concur with the statement that was read out, that when I read through the points in CTY 4 of PPS 21, it meets all relevant points, but it would be useful to have the conversation, to try to determine and establish whether or not this building is of local importance. From reading the report, I wasn't aware that there was a building in place since the 1930s at this location. So I would have liked an opportunity to explore that a bit further. And I suppose just in terms of the sustainability of development in the countryside, that's something that's coming. I suppose it's a very relevant topic at this point in time, and we've heard through many different workshops and different discussions around the impact of construction in terms of our carbon footprint, and there is a need for us to try and reuse local buildings and they create homes in a more sustainable way. And I thought that by looking at this application, it was an ideal example of the type of development that we should see to try and create more sustainable rural communities. So I would have liked the opportunity. I appreciated the opportunity to speak to the agent.
It appears the agent has actually contacted us and says apparently you can't hear me. Lois is trying to contact him in a minute, so can you speak to us now, Mr. Mayor? Hello, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, we still can't hear you. Has anybody any questions you could quickly type in the chat box to Mr. Mayor? Perhaps you can see that. I'm not very nimble with my fingers, unfortunately. Maybe Councillor Gallagher? Councillor Boyd, yeah.
Chair, I'm not unsympathetic to the view taken by Councillor Jackson in relation to CTY 4, as he's already outlined. However, I would have appreciated the opportunity to investigate it a little bit further with the applicant or indeed the applicant's agent. Obviously, the gremlins have hit us here today. That's something that we probably need to consider in the future. I mean, I'm sitting here today, and most members of the planning committee are not actually in the room that I'm in. And you know, it would not. I view perhaps it would not have been beyond the realms of possibility that we could start thinking about having agents and applicants that turn into the building and the manner that we were doing before, you know, at the very start of the pandemic. But anyway, that's for another day. I mean, there are some interesting features in the building that I'm looking at, and I don't really know an awful lot about them. And I would have liked to have been able to, again, ask some questions about that. There's a fascinating clock tower, as I see there, but perhaps the officer could explain to me, because that doesn't look like that would be retained. I would propose that actually, in light of technical issues that we have had today, because there are those of us who would like to speak to the agent or the applicant, that we defer this one for now, Chair. I'm reluctant to do it, but I think it's only fair if we do it.
I would totally agree with her, Councillor Boyle. I think, in fairness, we need to give the applicant the chance to reply. I'm sure all the members will agree with that. Do we need to vote on it? Is it unanimous? I think that's unanimous. Yep, we'll defer this. Thank you. Laura, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Sorry, our fire alarm's going off here. We're just checking, do we need to leave the building? Give me 2 minutes. Sorry. I think we have to leave the building. Is that okay, Chair?
Right, we're just going to take a couple of minutes recess. We'll take 3-4 minutes recess till we get our IT sorted out here.
Laura, can you leave the building if you're supposed to leave the building, please?
Okay, welcome back, everyone. The good news is that the council offices didn't burn down. The bad news is you've had your 5-minute break, so no break at 4 o'clock. All right, Laura, if you want to crack on, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, members, about the disturbance. So item 5 on the agenda is LA 11 2021 0135. It's an outline application for a dwelling and domestic garage located at 140 metres west of 64 Learden Road, accessing onto Carrick Beg Road, Plumbridge. The recommendation is to refuse. So, as can be seen here in the next slide, the application site consists of the eastern corner of a larger agricultural field and is on the southern side of Carrick Beg Road. The site's located within the rural area, approximately 3 kilometres southwest of Plumbridge and within the Sperrin AONB. It's also hydrologically linked to the Killew River SAC and the Glenelly Woods ASSI. The immediate area is characterised by single dwellings and farm holdings. So can be seen here in the photo. This is the application site from the roadside. It's fairly flat. A fairly flat site, and there's an agricultural access and a holding pen there just in the eastern corner of the site. There are no buildings within the application site or the larger agricultural field associated with the farm. The dwelling that you can see there in the distance is number 21, Carrick Beg Road. So this is just a different view of the application site. The roadside boundary is defined by a hedge and a drainage ditch which runs up the inside of the hedge, and there's also a post and wire fence there. The eastern boundary of the site defined by a row of trees which run alongside that lane. They can be seen there in the distance. The southern boundary of the site is partly defined by trees, and the remainder of this boundary and the western boundary of the site are undefined and cut through the larger agricultural field. So this slide just outlines the relevant plan and history of the site and the surrounding area. Just you'll note there from the committee report as well, a development garage were previously refused on the site due to concerns regarding integration and build-up of development. Numbers 3 and 4 there on that drawing are approvals for full dwellings. So this slide just outlines the policy context under which this plan and application was assessed. Strand area plan, the SPPS, PPS 21, PPS 2, PPS 3, PPS 6, PPS 15, and the design guide there, building on tradition. So first of all, under policy CTY 10, we've considered the proposal, and it's concluded that the farm business is active and established and has been for the last 6 years in accordance with criteria A, and this has been confirmed by DERA. Also, a plan and history search has been carried out and the farm business number checked, and no development opportunities have been sold off from the holding within the last 10 years. So the third criteria in CTY 10 is that the dwelling is visually linked or sited to cluster within an established group of buildings on the farm. It's considered that this proposal is contrary to that criteria. The holding pen, which could be seen in the photos, isn't considered to be a building, and there are no other farm buildings within the vicinity of the application site. So this slide just demonstrates the location of the application site in terms of the location of the farm group, which is 1.8 kilometres there away from the site. This is the site that the farm holding is located at 10 Tullinadale Road. And the applicant hasn't identified any other farm buildings on the holding, which this dwelling could potentially be located beside. And then, so there's a further consideration in CTY 10, so that exceptionally consideration may be given to alternative site elsewhere in the farm, provided there are no sites available or group of buildings on the farm or out farm, where there are demonstrable health and safety reasons or verifiable plans to expand the farm business. So this image just shows the main farm group there at Tullinadale Road and the farm dwelling. So in terms of being located, there at the farm group, officers are of the opinion that a building could, a new dwelling could be located there within that land which surrounds the main farmyard. And then it would therefore visually link or be sited to cluster with the group of buildings on the farm. As you can see there, the main farm building is located in the agricultural field there, just to the west of the farm group. So in terms of locating at this location, the applicant argues that a 75-metre separation distance is required from the working farm. This could be accommodated within the farmland which surrounds the farm group. The 75 metres is also a recommendation provided by Environmental Health. It's not a planning requirement and not in planning policy, but because this proposal will be for people associated with the farm holding, it's something which we wouldn't insist upon. Another claim that the applicant has made, that the mortgage lender requires a 75-metre separation distance from the main farm group, and to date we haven't received any information from them to corroborate that. So therefore, overall, it hasn't been demonstrated that there are no sites available at this main farm group at 10 Town at All Road. So the proposal is also considered in terms of the other policies within PPS 21. So in terms of integration, it's considered that the proposed site is open and devoid of vegetation, and the roadside hedgerow will have to be removed to provide the access of all visibility displays. There'll be short-range views of the dwelling when approaching it from along Carrickbeg Road, and there are also longer distance views of the site from Leardon and Derborough Road, which are open and sustained. The site lacks long established boundaries and is unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure to enable a dwelling to integrate on the site. It's also considered in terms of CTY 14. This image just shows the existing development in the area alongside the two approvals, therefore outline approvals for infill dwellings. So it's considered that a dwelling on the site would be intervisible with the two dwellings at 21 and 19 Carrickbeg Road, the semi-detached dwellings numbers 15 and 17 Carrickbeg Road, and the two approvals for the infill dwellings, and therefore development on the site would lead to a suburban style build-up of development and erode the rural character of the area. Just in terms of amenity, it's considered that there's sufficient separation distance to the nearest residential properties to protect their amenity, and also the amenity of any future residents of the proposed dwelling. No objections were received and from any neighbouring properties. Plans have been received which demonstrate the required visibility displays of 2.4 by 65 metres, and DFI roads have no objections, subject to standard conditions. In terms of PPS 15, the roadside section of the shop is to be piped to provide access to the site. This meets one of the policy tests of PPS 15. DFI Rivers have just recommended that a maintenance strip is indicated on any drawings to be received at reserve matter stage. In terms of PPS 2, HRA has been carried out by SES, and they have no objections to the proposal subject to mitigation. Both SES and NED require that a buffer is provided between the construction works and the watercourse, which could be accommodated on the site and could be conditioned. They've also requested that a drainage plan is provided at reserve matter stage, which could also be conditioned, and that the trees that run along the eastern boundary are retained, and that there is compensatory planting, in particular for the removal of the roadside hedge. But overall, it's considered that the proposed site lacks integration and will contribute to a build-up of development, which is in the AONB, which is a sensitive area, which is contrary to policy and H6 of PPS 2. So just to summarise, it's considered that the proposal is not acceptable in principle, as there's no overriding reasons why it couldn't. It's essential in this location, and the proposed dwelling isn't visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm, which is contrary to policy CTY 1 and CTY 10 of PPS 21. A development on the site would fail to integrate as the site lacks long established boundaries and is unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure, which is contrary to policy CTOS 13 of PPS 21. And the proposed development would add to a suburban style build-up development, which is detrimental to the rural character of the AONB, which is contrary to policy CTY 14 of PPS 21 and policy NH6 of PPS 2, and therefore refusal is recommended for the reasons which are set out in the planning report and here on the slide in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Laura. We have one speaker, the agent, Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for allowing me to speak on behalf of Mr. McElwain. I reviewed the planner's report and comment on the following points. The location of the proposed site is an isolated farm consisting of 4 number fields totaling over 20 acres and some 4 miles away from the principal farmyard. This is a substantial farm holding in its own right. The day I visited the site, there was 13 calves of some 12 to 16 months. This outlying farm required a yard to hold and detain animals of that size. The pen indicated in the planner's report, I think it was number 3 or 4 of the slide, shows a crush gate. This equipment is a minimum requirement to running a farm business, in particular here when the outlying farm is so far away. To satisfy this site from one of the existing farm, one needs to look at what's available around the working farm. I did submit a design and access statement, and we indicated why on that there was no available sites there. Basically, Mr. McElwain has 2 sons. One is in farming, one isn't in farming. This guy isn't in farming. We go back to the 75-metre rule from Environmental Health Department. That's the council's recommendation for anybody not involved in farming, that they should at least be that as a minimum distance away. That's for health and safety, for noise and for smell. So basically, we looked at all the sites, very little available other than halfway up a field, similar to Laura, could you go back to slide number 3 if it's possible, please? Not 3. No, sorry, it wasn't 3 actually. I'm not sure which one. Well, 3, that shows the pen, bits and pieces. No, go ahead one down. You don't mind. It might have been number 9 actually. Number 9 it is. Number 9. Number 9, that's it there. Number 9 shows the dwelling is the principal farm dwelling. That's where the mother and father lives. The farmyard is directly opposite on the right-hand side. The blue outline, as Laura pointed out, is the farm extent. You can see that was taken around silage time. You can see the ground that was cut that's available and it's fit to be cut. The other stuff that's green, that's the lighter colour. The other stuff's green is mossy ground. That's ground that really I would struggle to get a foundation in. So between that and sort of the available and the large buildings directly opposite, 75 metres pushes us well back beyond the actual line of the existing dwelling out into the middle of the field. So basically, so in relation to the planning history, I note planning application J 2003-07-650 was refused on 2 grounds, one for integration and the other for build-up. The slide where Laura showed the list of planning, I can't remember which one it was further up. Laura showed site number 2 was the one that was refused, and rightly so. It's sitting on the edge of the road. Or can you go up to number 4 or 5? I think it's going head on up there. That one there. You can see site number 2 is the one Laura mentioned. That's the one that was refused, and rightly so. It's sitting on the edge of the road. Site number 1 is the one we proposed, and that's where we proposed to put the dwelling. The eastern boundary is a strong hedgerow. The southern boundary is also a strong hedgerow right out to where the field boundary continues further south. So we've actually got 2 boundaries there, and that's where I anticipated to put the house further back, but that's where we'd indicated to put it back. The other concern the planning department has with the dwelling visible from the Dergburg Road, that's figure 9, I think it is. The photos taken from over a hedge, as you can see, sort of it's unreasonable to assess from that distance that the dwelling will create any form of suburban build-up. We're a substantial distance away from number 21, which is the one house between site number 2 and site number 3. We're also proposing to put it further back in the field, so at any point the 2 won't be together. As you drive east to west, west to east, the house will only become clear and visible once you're halfway over the field frontage and well away. More than a substantial gap between 21 and the proposed dwelling. The remainder of the consultation are back. They're happy. They have no objections from the member of the public. So basically, to recap, to overcome CTY 1, we must obviously overcome the other three points 2, 3, and 4. CTY 10, while it's not visually linking with the principal farmyard, we're linking with a crushed building stroke enclosure or farm necessity. In this case, if Mr. McElwain had added a roof, there would be a complete building. However, I believe this is a structure and then a guts of a building. Completely disagree with CTY 13. There's ample tree cover. There's from 2004 when that last one was refused. We're nearly 18 years later on. The eastern boundary is a strong hedge row of some 7, 8, 10, 12 metres high. The southern boundary, which cuts at 90 degrees, you can see the red line where it cuts across. That's a substantive boundary also, some 10 to 12 metre tall trees.
Excuse me, Mr. McKinley, your 5-minute speaking allocation is finished.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any question for Mr. McKinley?
Chair.
Go ahead, Alderman.
Thank you very much, Chair. I didn't just get typed into the box quick enough. I think David was about to finish there. He had touched upon his point in regards to the proposal, in regards to disagreeing with point 3 as CTY 13 in regard to the long established natural boundaries. And again, he's arguing the case due to the period of time, is it 13 years, or from the previous applications that had been refused, that hedge has had opportunity to increase. I think he was about to touch upon as reason in regards to the fourth refusal reason, CTY 14, and if he could just finish that. But as well as that, I'm just looking to query in regards to this. This is obviously then an outlying farm from the main farm holding, and it's proposed then for a son of the McElwains to take on this site. I'm just looking there at that there. Was there, if David maybe has knowledge of it, was there ever a dwelling in that location? It's just I'm minded to that hedge there. It's not necessarily just a hedge. That from my view or knowledge of that there, I thought that was a laneway at a stage there. That boundary was a laneway down. Now, from a look out of it there, I take it that field as well that you're looking at would have potentially been several fields at the time. I think looking at it there, it seems to have been ground that has been broken to make one larger field, which is often a sort of a site that's done with some of the outlying farms. Potentially, if they're cut for silage, it's more beneficial for farmers. They would break in outlying farms, make them into a couple of bigger fields. They come onto that ground, get the silage lifted, and get it back.
Alderman, do you have a question, Alderman?
Yeah. No, I'm asking him that way in regards to the laneway. Was there ever a dwelling on that before, or would that have been down into previous fields? And again, if he can clarify his point in regards to number 4, he was just about to give his argument in regards to his disagreement with the planner's fourth refusal reason. So I'll ask him that at the moment and see what he comes back with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, yes, there is a lane on the other side of that hedge, and you're right that I can see, didn't ever see another house on it, but the fields, certainly the shape of the boundary would indicate that fields and hedges was removed, smaller to make them into larger fields, I suppose. Yes, absolutely. CTY 14, sort of disagree with the interpretation of CTY. This building will integrate into a pocket of tree-lined hedgerows, suitably displaced from the line of buildings currently fronting the Corrigdale Road. We'll be sitting a further 40 metres behind the row of houses, so they'll not read together, especially read from a road that's almost a mile away, looking across over the top of a hedge, basically. So there's enough of a visual setback on our site to sort of dissolve CTY 14 and in particular suburban style development. Yes, meaning they're not reading in a row together.
Has anybody any more questions for Councillor Boyd?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. McKinley. Look, this may well be where I'm getting a little bit confused, and it's simply the language in the report. that I'm reading them for the benefit of other members of the committee. I'm actually looking at page 123 of the report, 123 of the report. And in a paragraph, it says, ask an officer to clarify this for me, but I'll read it back to you. In this paragraph, it says the applicant, Robert McElwain, has submitted an outline planning application for a dwelling and garage on the farm holding registered to his father, Kenneth McElwain, at 10 Tullynadall Road. So, is that an outline application for a dwelling on the farm holding at 10 Tullynadall Road? Because if it is, that would suggest to me that there are sites in and around the farm holding.
No, I think, was that question to me or to Laura?
Sorry, I can't hear your answer. Could you speak up, please?
Sorry, yes, look, that paragraph, I'm reading that. Basically what Planning Service has said is that Robert McElwain, which is the son of Kenneth, has applied for an outline plan permission for a dwelling and garage on the farm holding, but he says the farm holding is registered to his father, Kenneth McElwain, 10 Tullynadall Road. So all they're saying is just confirming that the farm registered farm address is 10 Tullynadall Road, but the actual application isn't that holding. It's on the farm holding, which is registered at Kenneth McElwain's home address. That makes sense. It's not saying that it's, but I understand it's not saying that the outline is at 10 Tullynadall Road. It's saying the farm business is identified as being at 10 Tullynadall Road.
Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. As I said, the language in this is a little bit confusing for me because it suggests it's at 10 Tullynadall Road, but I'll get officers to clear that up for me. If they could do so, we'll find out if there is indeed an outline application for in and around the farm group. I'm not doubting what you're saying, but sure, I'm sure they're well aware of my question by now.
Chair, I can come in there. Just basically, so the farm is registered to Kenneth McElwain, and he resides at 10 Tullynadall Road, and that's where the main farm group is at. But this application is for a dwelling at just off Carrickbeg Road. So it's not that there's an application at Tullynadall Road. It's at the site of Carrickbeg Road. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Laura, for clearing that up. Anyone any more questions for the agent?
Chair.
Go ahead.
Chair, just to be crystal clear, the refusal reason on CTY 10 is health and safety reasons for the son that's not associated with the farm. Is that what I heard there from the agent?
Yes, that and mortgage reasons. Yeah, it's becoming intolerably difficult to get mortgages in and around a farmyard, and EHD have given recommendations, anything, and it's been followed on by the mortgage advisors that 75 metres seems to be a good enough distance to stop health and safety issues and smell and noise. Absolutely.
Well, thank you,
Mr. McKinley. Any more questions, anybody for the agent? Okay, members, any questions for the planner? For Laura? Councillor Boyle?
Laura, hopefully you can answer this for me. I mean, I'm looking at a map here in figure 4, and the application site in the bottom right corner and the farm group top left corner. How far away, even by how the crow flies, is the application site from the farm group? Roughly, even if you don't know the exact mileage.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Boyle. It's approximately 1.8 kilometres as the crow would fly. Not sure how far it would be. Maybe a wee bit more if you had to drive around just the, you know, the roads there to get between the farm and the application site.
So just to confirm, Laura, that even as a crow would fly, it would be nearly 2 kilometres away from the farm group. Yeah,
Yeah, that's correct.
thank you.
As stated in Appendix 4, Chair.
I just noticed that. Thank you very much, Councillor McGuire.
Have we any more questions for the officer? I don't see anything in the chat box. Okay, so we have officer's recommendation to refuse. We'll take a vote on it. Sorry, can someone proposing this? I propose it. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, members. Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan.
Against, Damon.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Barr.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Logue.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McGuire.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney. Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. And just go back. Councillor Dobbins. The vote is 4 for and 8 against.
Okay, so the proposal has failed. Do we have another proposal on the floor, please?
Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor McGuire.
Oh, Chair, I think Councillor Kerrigan's in front.
I don't mind if Councillor McGuire wants to go first. I think we're on the same line of it here. But as I say, I'm easy. It's up to him.
Chair, I propose we don't accept the officer's recommendation. Could we have the refusal reasons up again there, Chair, just?
Laura, can you put refusal reasons up, please?
Yeah, Chair. I've started number 4, you know, on PPS2 NH6, it says that as long as a house has appropriate design, size and scale, you know, that's what it says in terms of AONB. So this is an outline application, so I think that can be sorted out down the line. As the applicant says, you know, CTY 14, the house that was originally proposed near the road would have been possibly more suburban, but this one is tucked along back in a bit. We also have stating there's no natural boundaries, but as you can see, there's a strong natural hedge up this minor road and up the side of the lane, and also the pens there as well. So I think that will cover that. And then CTY 10, as has been stated by the applicant, there is overriding reasons where this non-farming rural dweller wants to live but not close to the farm, and is using the health and safety reasons, obviously, for his family, who wouldn't be probably if he's going to have a family, who wouldn't be astute in farming if they're not going to be farmers. also the smells and what have you. You know, if you're not a farmer, you have these issues, and then the mortgage issues as well. So to get over that hurdle as well, Chair, we have the Strabane Area Plan 123.2.1. So on that, Chair, basis, I'd like to propose that we do not accept the author's recommendation to refuse and that we approve this application.
Do we have a seconder?
Seconded in the
Seconded.
Chair.
Thank you. Okay, can we go to vote, please?
Thank you, Alderman Hussey.
Or
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan.
For.
Alderman McClintock.
Or
Councillor Barr.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Against?
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Gallagher.
Against?
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Logue.
or
Councillor Maguire.
Or
Councillor McKinney.
Against?
Councillor Mooney.
Against?
Councillor Dobbins. And the vote is 8 for and 4 against. Thank you.
Okay, members, so therefore the proposal is carried on the grounds that they overturn the officer's recommendation, on the grounds of CTY 14, CTY 10, and approve the application. Okay, right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess again. We seem to have IT problems. Okay, guys. If you go into ModGov, you can follow it. I can hear myself talking. Right. Not WebEx, ModGov. Yeah. So we can work away. I will. Right, we'll just hang on so we get some sort of. Okay, members, looks like we're up and running again. Okay, members, item number 7, LA 11 2020
Chair, I
07
have a request in the chat box.
Can't see it, Derek.
It's just I wanted clarity on an issue before we move on. With your permission.
Okay, Derek.
Thank you.
Oh,
Item 2 has been deferred. The first item that we dealt with today was also a deferred item. When it came in today, we had to go through the full presentation again, even though it was deferred on the basis of information referenced the previous status of the building. Item 2 has been deferred because we lost contact. Now, has it been deferred until later in this meeting when contact will be re-established with the agent? Or is it deferred until our next meeting? And if it is deferred until our next meeting, will we have to receive the full presentation again? Thank you.
Chair, it's deferred until the next meeting, and the normal practice is to hear the whole presentation again to ensure that if any members aren't present or there's a different membership of the committee for any reason, that every member has all of the information available to them.
Chair, I thank the legal advice on that, but surely that is something that has to be addressed. Thank you.
thank you for that, Alderman Hussey. Okay, we're moving on to LA 11 2020 0782A, and Malik is going to take us through it.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 7, LA 11 2021 0782A. It's a proposal for advertisement consent for a digital sign programmed for a number of advertisements. And the location is 75 to 77 Carlisle Road, stroke 49 to 53 John Street, gable end of building. And the recommendation is to refuse. The application is located at the junction of Carlisle Road, John Street, and Carlisle Circus here, shown in red on the OS map, and again shown in red on the overhead photograph. The attached image shows the approach in terms of the Carlisle Circus, and the sign is located on this building on the gable elevation. In terms of context, the site is also located within the historic city conservation area, as shown in the pink shade area and the attached map. And the red arrow indicates the location at the edge of the conservation area. The policy context is sent out before you here. Their area plan, the relevant policies are BE1 and BE4 in terms of conservation areas and design. The SPPS in paragraphs 6.20, 6.56, 6.57, 6.59 are particular relevance to the proposal in terms of its location within the conservation area and its proposals advertisement. And Plan and Policy Statement 17 is for the control of outdoor advertisements, and Policy 81 deals with amenity and public safety. Plan and Policy Statement 6, Archaeology, Built Heritage and Planning, and within that in particular BH13, which deals with conservation areas. And again, particular to this application is a design guide for the historic conservation area, which was published in 2012. Again, the attached image shows that site context. The site is, the proposed advertisement is to be located on the gable elevation at the higher end of the building, on the street that splits between John Street and Carlisle Road and faces on to Carlisle Circus roundabout, which is at the end of the Craigavon Bridge, and I suppose it's an important gateway and entrance into the city centre. In terms of consultation responses, there have been no objections to the proposal from DFA Roads or HED, and there have been no letters of support or objections submitted in relation to the application. So in terms of context of the proposal, the proposed LED digital sign, as I say, will be mounted on an elevated part of the gable elevation programme to change to show multiple signs at various different intervals. And the proposed digital sign measures approximately 4.8 metres high and 4.2 metres long. The host building is within the historic city conservation area. The existing non-digital sign that you have seen in the attached photographs has no consent, and there's no planning history for consent for that particular sign. And there's also a history of refusal for advertisements at this particular location. In terms of policy consideration, PPS 17 deals primarily with the control of outdoor advertisements. So there's two main tests within PPS 17 and policy 81. Signs must respect the amenity when assessed in the context of the general characteristics of the locality, and they should not prejudice public safety, and public safety is mainly concerned with road impacts on road safety, etc. In relation to amenity, the main context of locality is that it's on the edge of a commercial area. There's no apparent build-up of signage of this nature in the immediate locality. And critically, in officer's opinion, in this case, it is located within a key gateway of the historic city conservation area. It is not considered that the proposal respects the amenity of the existing locality due to its scale, position, and illuminated nature in this designated conservation area. As alluded to earlier, there is no concerns about public safety as we have consulted DFA Roads, and they have returned a consultation response to that effect. I suppose delving deeper into the policy consideration, in particular the context of the proposal being within the conservation area, there's a legislative context and a policy context as regards conservation areas. So Section 104 of the Planning Act requires special regard to be had to desirability of preserving the character or appearance of the conservation area, where an opportunity for enhancement does not arise, and for enhancing its character appearance where such an opportunity does arise. Policy BH13 of PPS 6 states that consent will not normally be granted for the display of advertisements in or close to a conservation area which would adversely affect the character, appearance or setting of the area, or which would be detrimental to public safety. And furthermore, the amplification within policy BH13 states that consent will not normally be granted for advertisements which are inappropriate to the architectural style or character of the building on which it is proposed, or which would detract from the area in general. It goes on to state that similarly, signage on the upper floors of buildings and the internal illumination of signs will not normally be acceptable in conservation areas. I suppose in assessing the impact of the proposal in relation to both the legislative and policy context in PPS 6, there is additional planning guidance set out in the Historic Conservation Guide, which is a design guide created in 2012 to assist in making decisions within this particular conservation area. So it does set out a particular guidance and does mention the locality of this proposal. At paragraph 3.48 of the document, it describes Carlisle Circus as a critical location and gateway within the conservation area. In terms of townscape, it considers that the host building has good enclosure, is not of high aesthetic quality, but it said it sits within the setting of Baker Terrace and Carlisle Road Presbyterian Church, which are considered to be of high quality in terms of townscape. So in that respect, it does sit within an area of acknowledged townscape quality. In terms of views and vistas, the area is seen as an important gateway location into the conservation area and the city centre in general. And again, from visiting the site and assessing the proposal and its context and setting of the conservation area, it is considered the Craigavon Bridge and Carlisle Circus is a main traffic thoroughfare linking the west and east of the city, as well as ongoing links to the city centre, the west of it and the north of the city. The area is instantly recognisable in that it is adjacent to the Hands Across the Divide art sculpture, and is within the setting of the often used image of the city, for example, views from the waterside to city side across the Craigavon Bridge. And also in terms of the conservation area guide, it does have particular guidance on signs, mostly concerning shop fronts. It does state internally illuminated signs are considered to detract from the character and appearance of the conservation area. Therefore, considering the special regard given by the Planning Act and the PPS 6 requirement to not adversely affect the character and appearance, and particularly along with the status given within the design guide, careful consideration has been given to the impact of this particular proposal. The proposed sign is located on the upper level of a gable elevation, which is located in a prominent location entering the historic city conservation area. It will be subject to sustained views within a very busy intersection of the city. It is considered the position, size, use of materials and nature of the proposal, LED lighting, will detract from this area of acknowledged importance. It's the opinion of officers that an illuminated LED sign located on the upper floor of the gable wall will detract from the character appearance of the setting of the historic conservation area and townscape setting. It therefore fails to satisfy the policy requirements of BH13 and PPS 6 and the related policy requirements within SPPS, as well as BE4 and the Derry Area Plan. Therefore, having considered all the material considerations, including the development plan, relevant planning policies and consultation responses, it is considered it is recommended to refuse the various consent for the following refusal reasons. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy, for that. We have one speaker, the applicant, Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, planners, thanks for allowing me this. The agent is out of town, so sorry. I just want to give you a little bit of history in relation to the report, the 11 or 12 page report that's done up. We purchased this a derelict building in 2018. We applied for planning for 2 shop units, even though on page 150 of the report there it says that this is only partially occupied. It's fully occupied and has been for the last year, so I'm not sure why that's in it. The elevation drawings shown on page 156 are stamped approved drawings. They clearly show the 2 signs, not as planner just said that there was no consent for them. I don't know if you can see this, but there's a picture, let me see, from 1990, and you can clearly see the gable of the thing and the signs on it. So I don't know if this has grandfather approval or where they, I don't know the history. What was refused there before was a box sign, which are specifically not supposed to be in conservation areas. But in saying that, I see there's a box sign on the tourist office, and it looks quite well, but it just looks right over the walls. There's a little bit of, on page 150, the signs are given as 4.2 by 2.3. Just for your information, the LED sign is exactly the same as the existing signs. This planning permission for a sign that we're a year later when it was applied for. In July, we were told that that the planning report was complete and it was put forward for approval. 4 months later, we're told that it's in for refusal. I just don't understand this. They're saying it's been refused under PPS 6 and PPS 17. PPS 6 looks for a high standard of design. Now, the people who are almost the guardian of this are the Historic Environment Division, HED, and they say, we consider the listed buildings have sufficient presence in the situation and scale within the existing establishment developed environment and remain unaffected by this application. Now, roads have considered it from the point of view of safety and they have no concerns. So really, in conclusion, I don't know if it's a design issue, is the size issue, or is the conservation area. But if we refuse this, then we're taking a huge portion of the city and including us ever having digital LED digital signs, which, you know, they are the future. It's not old paper signs, which lots of times are, if there's not a new client coming onto them, or they're hanging off. You know, this is the future, and conservation does not mean standing still. It means to what you do should improve the area. No, I don't see it. It's obviously a matter of opinion and it's very subjective in terms of this, but I feel we have no relationship with the planning office. At the minute, we're dealing with 6 different councils, and if there's normally, I would have expected that if they had concerns, whether it was with size or with design or with that, they would have talked to us and said to us that, you know, which we could have modified to satisfy them. But there's just no contact. Whereas the other councils we're dealing with, which is Belfast, Lisburn, Horsham in England, Bassetlaw, West Suffolk, you would get, you know, they talk to you. But anyway, I hope I did go on the radio in 2013 complaining about the planning office here, and I hope, I don't know if my relationship is brilliant with them, but this is done whatever, but it's very subjective as far as I can see. And as I say, we're condemning the whole city to never have an LED sign. That's really all. Oh, sorry, box signs are specifically mentioned that they shouldn't be in a conservation area, but LED signs are generally acceptable, as HED and roads have considered the safety. So, you know, all these things are sort of referred to in the, you know, the planner there referred to, Malachy referred to health and safety and all that. But roads, those are all have been considered, and roads have no problem with it. So really, that's all I have to say. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Simpson, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Yeah, you said there you had no relationship with the planning office. Could you maybe clarify what you exactly mean with that? Because that's quite a serious application to make.
I know. Sorry, who am I speaking to?
Speaking to the chair.
Oh, the chair. Right. Yeah, I don't. And everything I put forward, you know, obviously there's a legal and present link. You know, whether that legally, the opinions I've got, whether that legally was required.
What has legals got to do with this application, sir?
Absolutely nothing. I thought you were talking about my relationship with the planning office.
No, you did make an allegation of saying you had no relationship with the planning office with regard to this application. I'm just
sorry,
trying to
regarding this application, I just feel that we could, the thing is there almost a year, that we could have spoken at some point, and you know, and they could have, as I say, told us about their concerns, and perhaps we could have dealt with them.
Right, sir. Thank you for that. I'm going to ask Malachy just to confirm that he did or didn't communicate with you. Thank you.
Okay.
Malachy, could you come in, please?
Right. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's my understanding that the case officer was in communication with Mr. Fonzie Hume in relation to the application. Particularly, yeah, no, there was a recommendation brought forward to senior officers to approve the application, but it was when the report was assessed in terms of the policy consideration for that recommendation, it was recommended to the case officer that there were certain policy requirements that weren't taken into consideration. And then when it was reviewed, particularly in terms of the conservation area, a different recommendation was communicated, and my understanding from speaking to the case officer to Mr. Fonzie Hume.
Thank you for that, Malachy. Has anybody any questions for the agent?
I'm the applicant.
Sorry, the applicant. Apologies. Alderman McClintock.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Simpson, are you suggesting that if you had had more liaison with the planning officers, that you could have maybe adapted your application to make it more acceptable? Is that just what you're suggesting?
Yes, from the report, I can't see, is it a design issue, a size issue, or just a conservation area issue? And of course we could have adapted. And generally, years ago, that's the way we used to work with the planning office. They told you what was not acceptable, but at the minute it seems to have gone very much to you propose and we'll dispose. But yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Logue.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Simpson, look, we've just heard mention of a name, Fonzie Hume. Would he be your agent?
He is, Councillor, but he is out of town at the minute.
Right. That just the planning officer advised that there was contact made with the agent. However, yeah, maybe that's for.
Tricia, that's correct. There was contact made in July to say that the application was approved. We almost ordered the sign on the back of that. Then, and late August, then there was contact made that it may be going forward for refusal. And you're right, we didn't. I don't think he requested an office meeting at that point. I'm not sure if that it was. I don't know if it was offered to him or not.
Right. Okay. So there was no other contact made by yourself or the agent of the planning office?
No, I'm afraid I had no contact with the planning office.
Okay. Right. Can I just ask you? Can you mention those two signs that are there now?
Yeah.
Can you just put a wee bit of clarity to that? You mentioned the year, I think, 1990.
Yeah.
And that there was signs there
yeah.
from that. And you think that been the signs that were refused?
No, the sign that was refused was a box sign, a lit box sign, and
yeah,
I think they're. But no, those paper signs, lit signs, have been there. Well, I'm sure people who pass there will have seen them there forever. I don't remember a sign not being there. It's just a little bit damning when the planner says that there was no consent for them. I don't know how far back he went in his planning history. Did he go back as far as the 80s or the 90s?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions for the applicant? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Simpson. And I suppose I'm just going to point out the obvious because I think everybody's familiar with those signs, and I would assume that those signs, given the length of time that they've been there, that they're immune from enforcement. So I know that they don't have any, they mightn't have any permission, but they're there. They serve as advertisements, and they're immune from enforcement. Mr. Simpson, just you referred to when you purchased the property. Did the fact that there was advertisements at the gable end, did that have any bearing in your decision to purchase the property?
It is part of the income of it. Yes, it did, in the sense that the building was derelict. We spent over £120,000, almost twice as much as the purchase price, repairing it and bringing it back into economic use. And the sign is part of the revenue from the site. And obviously, we did think that this would be an ideal sign. The future is not paper signs. The future is LED intelligent signs. The road, as I say, roads have considered it, HED have considered it, and they don't seem to have any problem with it.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson. And I suppose because that, I'm familiar with those signs, and I pass those signs almost on a daily basis. And I know that there's been considerable restoration work done to that building, but I know that there had been some work done to illuminate those signs, and I was just querying around, was that work that was carried out by yourselves during the restoration work? And I just want to make another comment, because I can hear your frustration around your experience with the planning department to date, but I think we just need to send a message out from this committee that our city centre is open for investment. Our council area is open for investment, and we will work with investors. And I think that's something that we should send that message out loud and clear from this committee, is that we're open for business and we welcome investment into the city centre in particular. But I just note that there was considerable restoration work done to that building in recent times. I just wasn't familiar with the work, maybe the upgrades to the advertisement boardings, because I do know that there is lights that's been installed on them, but I just wasn't sure if they were installed in recent times.
The whole building had to be fully rewired, and they are new lights that were put on it. There at times there was lights on it before, but as I say, we stripped everything. Had to be stripped out. The whole cable had to be stabilized. So certainly we put on the lights that are on it at the minute. What else can I say? But as I say, the signs have been there for forever.
Thank you for that, Mr. Simpson. I greatly appreciate your input there. Any more questions for Mr. Simpson? Okay, I have a question from Alderman Hussey for the officer.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure the officer will agree that there has been excellent, basically conservation work done on those buildings that do lie within the conservation area. Albeit, I think we have to agree, and I hope the officer would agree, that this lies on the edge of the conservation area, looking at the map. The buildings refer to Carlisle Road Presbyterian Church and the terrace. As you come over the bridge and go to enter the gateway along Carlisle Road to the city, or the old city, the buildings of note are on the left. This particular proposal is on the right. Perhaps even more so as you would head down towards Foyle Street. Are we talking about a question of type of advertisement, hoarding as such? Because it's been through other questions there, and I know the site myself well. There clearly is advertising on this site, and I agree. The old box illuminated site hoardings, I presume of the type that would have been Shaftesbury Square in Belfast, are they can be a carbuncle. But you know, is there a specific banning of LED advertising of the nature that is being proposed within these types of areas? That's my basic question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mulligan.
Thank you, Chair. And just before I answer Alderman Hussey's query, I just want to clarify on the history of the signage here, and I may have misled the committee earlier in terms of the planning history of the site. That the signs that are there presently do have consent, as advised by Mr. Sampson. There was planning history, which is also alluded to Mr. Sampson, for refusal for a box lighting advertisement going back to 2009. And I suppose going back to Alderman Hussey's question, I suppose the answer to your question is yes, it is to do with the illuminated nature of the sign, the LED sign, and the policy context, and particularly the design guide in terms of the conservation area. Yes, it is on the edge of the conservation area, but it's officers' views that it is as a key gateway and area into conservation, or that you're welcome into the conservation area. The design guide does allude to illuminated signs, use of illuminated signs, and as being a type of sign that's not suitable within the conservation area. As I say, it also talks mostly about shop fronts, but it does talk about illuminated signs. So yeah, it is about the type of signs and the impact that would have on the general character and appearance and setting, because it's a very prominent location within one of our key conservation areas. And it might be the case that there's other areas within the conservation area that aren't as prominent, or don't hold such significance, or aren't even identified in the design guide as the site as identified in the design guide as a gateway. That type of signage may be acceptable, but as I say, it is our opinion that it's the location, the setting, and the type of signage that's proposed, and the scale and location on the gable, when combined with the type of lighting, is our particular concern, and that's what we've set out in our case officer report.
A quick follow-up to that, Chair. So what the officer is telling us is that it's guidelines that we're looking at. Therefore, the judgment will be subjective. As the officer has rightly said, there are other areas where it could be considered okay to have these signs, but it's a subjective judgment of the officers, not an objective judgment in this particular case, that the signage should not be at this location. That's the situation as it stands. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes, well, the design guide says that luminous signs will detract from the character and appearance of the conservation area. Yeah, I suppose it could be subjective in terms of what you consider to be key or critical locations in the conservation area. It is our opinion and our recommendation that if anywhere coming on the historic conservation area is your gateway coming onto it, and that is not just on a whim as well. That is backed up because it's identified as a key gateway in the design guide, and I suppose if that helps in terms of the interpretation of BH 13 when it talks about making an assessment on the character of the area. So yeah, it's on the round. That's where we feel that in this case it doesn't, it isn't an acceptable form of signage at this particular location.
Okay, Councillor Dobbins, you have a question for the officer.
Yes, thank you. And I'm thankful for Derek there for his summing up at the end of it, which the officer has agreed upon. I'm not seeing this, Chair. I'm not, and it's not very often I would disagree with the officer, but the signs are there at the moment. The problem seems to be with the lights, or the illumination of them. You know, we do have to go with the times, and the LED seems to be the way it is now and the way of the future. To be honest with you, Chair, Derek's questions were what I was going to ask, and the officer has really answered them. So I think it is a matter of opinion to the guidelines, or reading of the guidelines for that, and therefore I'm not with the officer on this one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dobbins. Alderman McClintock.
Thanks, Chair. And I suppose at the risk of being repetitive, I was coming in a very similar vein to the previous two contributors, because what I'm reading in the refusal reasons, there's really three issues. One is the position of the advertisement on the host building. And I think all of us over the years, for nearly a lifetime, have looked on in that corner and seen it as a site that was not attractive, even though it is a prominent location coming into our city. And we have got used to those paper signs, and I think the paper signs are definitely something from the past. The size of the sign, I don't see that there is an issue with the size of the sign, because from what I can see, the proposed new signage is of a near enough, it's a very similar size to the adverts that are there. So I don't really see that as an argument at all, which really brings us down to the illuminated nature of the sign. And I think, as I say, I'm being repetitive here to what the other two speakers have said, but I think it is something. I don't think that the LED signage would detract. In fact, I think it might enhance what has been an eyesore for many, many years. And I think I understand the officer's point of view that this is in the conservation area, but is really on the cusp of it. It is really, a few yards away from this. It'll be outside the conservation area. So actually, it's not really a question, officer, but I suppose I'm agreeing with the other two speakers that I will not be joining with the officer in recommending, I'm against the officer's recommendation in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've no questions. I've got a proposal, and I find myself agreeing with pretty much what's gone before from most members here. But if I could, just before I do that, Chair, could I take us to figure 5 in our appendix, which actually outlines in pink what is considered to be the conservation area. Now, this was designated on the 25th of February 1977, according to our document in front of us, and extended on the 6th of June 2006. Quite a lot has changed since 2006, never mind 1977. And in reality, when you look at the area concerned, the Tilly and Henderson building would have been considered in the conservation area. It's not there anymore. The Hamilton factory there on John Street would have been considered in the conservation area, probably in 2006, because I remember when it had to be demolished, unfortunately. So if we then look at where the conservation area is, then when you lose those two buildings, it isn't where this map is telling us it is, because they're gone, and whatever replaces them will not be matters for conservation. There will be new buildings. So not only on top of what Alderman McClintock and others have said, that it's on the periphery of it's right slap bang, inches on the edge of the conservation area, and I would argue actually not in the conservation area at all. Dacra Terrace across the street on Carlisle Circus evidently is the fringe of the conservation area. This building is the fringe of the conservation area. In fact, you couldn't get because the rest of it doesn't exist anymore. working on that. I'll also draw the committee's attention to the Belfast conservation area, and specifically the one I'm thinking of is the Lennon Hall conservation area, which takes in the area around Armagh Road. There's a big bright sign on the top of one of the buildings in the Armagh Road. It says BBC on it, and it's inside a conservation area. And I'm sure we could probably find many other examples of it in Belfast. And yet, I am entirely sympathetic to Mr. Simpson in relation to this. I think we need to be a little bit more imaginative in terms of providing for opportunity within our city district, and certainly within the city centre. I get that it's a gateway site into the city centre, but that's perhaps what the prominence of it is, perhaps what makes it particularly attractive to the applicant. But I would argue that the conservation area that we're working towards is not the conservation area anymore. And to that extent, that then there are the reasons for refusal in this are by virtue of what I see in front of me in the mapping. They're irrelevant in the sense that this is not inside the conservation area anymore. And somebody said move with the times. The times moved, unfortunately, the times moved for us. 2 buildings were lost for 2 different reasons, but they're not in that conservation area. It's not there anymore. Hamilton's factory's gone. Tully and Henderson's is gone. And by virtue of that, reasons for refusal 1 and 2 actually are not for I would not consider them relevant at this point. And as I said, HED had no concerns. Road Service had no concerns. And based on what I just said, I'm making the proposal that we don't accept the recommendation to refuse on this particular occasion, bearing in mind that all applications should be taken on their own merits. And I consider what I've just said the merits of why we can overturn the recommendation.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyd. Can you just bear with us? Councillor Lowe is waiting to come in, so we'll let her speak first.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, look, I'm with everybody else in this. If those signs had been, or this sign proposal had been to hang lights from this building here, that's a completely different matter. We're looking at the side of a gable wall that really has no architectural value, in my opinion, and I don't think it would detract from the conservation area at all. I do think, and I think it was Hillary mentioned, that it would enhance the entrance, and I do believe that that putting a better digital sign would enhance the signs that are there. So therefore, I have no issue with seconding the proposal to not accept the officer's recommendation. And I suppose that that's not to say that we do carte blanche across the city centre, especially in buildings that would have an architectural value. I know I spoke before about other issues about gaming facilities, maybe having signs even outside. I think that detracts, but this for me is totally different, and we must consider each application on their own merit. So again, just I totally disagree with the planner on this one, and second the proposal not to accept.
Thank you for that. Patricia will really have a seconder there. Angela showed up in the box to second it. Can I just say, as a Sammy from Belfast, I remember when the signs went up at Shaftesbury Square, and it was amazing, like how it was all lit up. Although it wasn't LED in those days, it was like candles in behind the signs. Right. So I'm now going to just give Maura a chance to speak. She wishes to just talk about what we're proposing.
Members, I just want to clarify, just to make sure there's no misunderstanding. In regards to listed building status in the conservation area, the reasons why the conservation area are designated in that way, it isn't because it's because there's listed buildings there. There's lots and lots of non-listed buildings, and the character of conservation area is created and looked at in those merits, and therefore there can be gap sites, there can be non-listed buildings, etc., and different uses within the conservation area. So it's just to be clear that you can't nullify and say that a site isn't within the conservation area or on the edge of that, it therefore doesn't merit consideration of conservation area status. It's really important that I highlight that. And secondly, what I would say is, members, this isn't just in the conservation area because of individual buildings. It was included as I was part of that process because of it being a very, very important prominent arrival point. It's been subject to the placemaking document that the LDP went through in terms of the emerging policy. This site is important for its location along the river in the context of the historic city behind it. So it's just important for me to say that in terms of precedent, yes, there is a signage approved or by virtue of enforcement or by previous approvals on the site, but by putting LED signs here, in terms of being able to justify not allowing them future in a square like this, as prominent as this in our beautiful city, will be difficult to resist. So it's just important for me as head of plan to highlight that. And Malachy might want to come in and clarify maybe the conservation area status aspect. Thanks.
Yeah, yes, well, just in terms of the conservation, as you say, it's a statutory, designation. Like, no, we can't change it on a case by case basis. Like, no, so the policy requirement, we have to consider the policy requirement if it's within the pink shaded area. And not only if it's within the pink shaded area, the policy also requires us to consider the setting of conservation areas. So there may be applications that sit outside the pink wash area that also comes under the policy requirement. So it's just to clarify that issue that we can't change. It is a policy requirement to consider the policy if it's within or affecting the setting of a conservation area.
Councillor Boyd wishes to speak on the proposal. Go ahead.
Just to clarify on the proposal, Chair, I think it's worth noting, and I'm sure we all agree, it's a fine balance for us when we're making decisions like this. But notwithstanding what's just been said by our two planning officers, it'd be very rare that I would actually disagree with planning officers when it comes to conservation and looking after listed buildings or conservation areas. However, the balance for me here is tipped by the fact, and I get the presentation in relation to you can have gap sites within a conservation area, etc. But this is the fringe. You could nearly argue that the whole corner there is a gap site at this point. And of course, we look forward to the future when those corners will be redeveloped again. But on balance, that's my proposal is based on, the very fact that I don't think you get much more of a fringe of a conservation area than this. And I could find you examples within the various conservation areas that there are within Belfast City Council area, and they've got a vast conservation area, and I would imagine that they may well struggle with this at times, but they have to be imaginative, and so do we. So that's my proposal anyway, Chair. I don't think I need to say very much more about it, other than to say I think we need to recognise the wealthy applicant went to some considerable lengths to regenerate this building, restore this particular building. Without this applicant, what might that building be in the future? If big if, of course, but if this applicant hadn't taken interest in it, and nobody else took interest in it, who's to say it wouldn't have ended up like Hamilton's factory across the street? So I think we have to bear all that in mind too. Thanks, Chair. That's the proposal.
Hey, Eamon, could you take a vote, please?
Sure. Alderman Hussey.
For the proposal.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan.
Sorry, Eamon. For.
Thank you. Alderman McClintock.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Barr.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins.
For, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Logue. Thank you. Councillor McGuire.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney. Thank you. Councillor Mooney. Thank you. That's 12 for and 1 abstention.
Okay, Councillor Boyle's proposal is carried. Okay. We're going to move on to okay, the next one, LA 11202056 There's a late item on it, so I'm going to give you a couple of minutes, sir, just to have a quick look at it, and then we'll crack on. Malik, take us to this one, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Item 6 is L11 2021-0561. It's an outline application for proposed 2-number semi-detached dwellings inside garden of applicant's dwelling at 51 Mazines Park, Chantal Derry, and the recommendation is to refuse. The site is located within what's known as Mazines Park, facing onto Racecourse Road. As you see in the attached map, there's a bus stop outside it, and it's facing the commercial properties to Colin. The photograph on the side shows the side garden for the proposed site of the two the semi-detached dwellings, and that's the applicant's dwelling at present. Again, this is from across the road at the shops, looking back across the site. So there's the applicant's house with on the left-hand side of the photograph, and the proposed site adjacent. And again, this photograph shows a wider context of from the junction at the column, looking back towards the site and the general locality of this part of Mazines Park. And again, just another photograph directly outside the site, again showing the applicant's existing dwelling and the proposed area to be developed. So in terms of site constraints, there's an area of flood pondage, i.e. it's within a reservoir flood inundation zone. There is planning history of development at this location dating back to the 80s. There was an application for an erection of the well refused in 1984 on the grounds of being over-intensification of a site, leading to a loss of character. A subsequent appeal was withdrawn. Another application in 1995 for the conversion of garage to dwelling and first floor extension was refused, as it was out of keeping with the general character of the existing development by reason of scale, height, massing. It would be detrimental to the amenity of adjacent residential properties, as there's an unsatisfactory site and separation distance from the boundaries. And then another application in the mid-90s relating to the erection of a 2-story dwelling and garage, which was refused in 1996 based on the size, shape and configuration of the site in relation to number 51 and the adjoining dwelling, so that reasonable space and separation distance for it and number 51 can be attained. Again, that appeal was withdrawn. In terms of consultation responses, NA Water have no objections. Environmental Health are proposing noise mitigation in the form of upgraded glazing units, an alternative system of acoustically treated ventilation to habitable rooms. And this is on the basis of the site being located near a busy road junction at the end of Colin on Buncrana Road. DFA Roads have a number of comments and queries in relation to the proposal. They say that the proposed will require an additional 5 car parking spaces on top of the required number for a B&B, which is operating or was operating out of the property, but the applicant advised it was closed at the time of the application. The 2 car parking spaces at the front of 51 Mazines Park obstruct the access and should be reviewed. And the alterations to the retaining wall require an engineer certificate to be submitted and accepted by DFA Roads Western Division. In terms of other consultations responses, the Rivers Agency were consulted as the site was coming within a flood inundation area as a result of the reservoir. So it's located partially within the predicted flood area. DFA Rivers Reservoir inundation maps indicated the site is in the potential area of inundation emanating from the Craig and Lower Reservoir. It has not been demonstrated to DFA Rivers that the condition management and maintenance regime of the Craig and Lower Reservoir is appropriate to provide sufficient assurance regarding reservoir safety, so as to enable the development to proceed, which is a requirement under PPS 15 FLD 5, and another requirement under PPS 15 FLD 5 is that there be a presumption against development located in such areas where it is indicated there is potential for an unacceptable combination of depth and velocity as a result of any failure of the reservoir, which DFA Rivers indicate as the case in this application. So in terms of policy context, we have the Dairy Area Plan, the SPPS, and we also have the PPS 7 policies in relation to quality residential environments, and also the safeguarding the character of established residential areas. PPS 3 is relevant in terms of access, movement and parking, and then PPS 15, as alluded to in the Rivers response, was as a material consideration given the location of the property. We also have supplementary planning guidance in relation to creating places and living places in terms of the design and layout of the proposed development. At the time of recommendation to committee, there was one letter of objection received. This related to the operation of the B&B at 51 as being unauthorised. They're concerned that the proposal will lead to further commercial development at location. There was concern the proposal would lead to a dangerous precedent which would change the character and layout of Mazines Park. And the proposal will exacerbate the already difficult traffic situation. And they also failed to see how the access to and from the development could be achieved with the bus stop adjacent. As you'll note from the lead item that was received yesterday, we've received one further letter of objection from the adjacent property at 49 Mazines Park. And their concerns relate to amenity, impact on boundary, again concerns about the existing B&B use and whether it's authorised, and also impacts on the character of the area. Although this is an outline application, the applicant has provided an indicative block plan of how a pair of semis would be located from the context of the site, which is important drawing, so it gives you an idea of the proposed private amenity space that would be afforded to the new properties, and also what amenity space would be afforded to the existing properties, and it also gives an indication of the type of layout that would be proposed in terms of having a parking area at the front, and I suppose you can look at that in the context of the other existing residential properties within Mazines Park, which will provide a contextual barometer for assessing the character of this particular location. And again, although this is an outline, the applicant has provided an indicative block plan to show the proposed house types. I think there's been an effort to echo some of the architectural features that exist in Mazines Park without exactly being the exact same dimensions and scales. The hip roof is, I suppose, a nod to what exists in Mazines Parks at present. So the main policy consideration, well, in terms of the impact of the proposal itself, in terms of design and layout. In terms of scale, the proposals for two developments on a restricted plot, in our opinion. It's a side garden plot of an established property. This is a long-established and mature housing development, and if approval were to be granted, it would lead to an overdevelopment of a site and site cramming, which is out of character of the established pattern in this immediate area. In terms of density, the proposals for two semi-detached dwellings. The average plot size of dwellings surrounding, including the site in Mazines Park, range from 550 square metres to 650 square metres. The proposed plot sizes are somewhat below that at 140 square metres. The rear garden sizes measure 32 and 21 square metres, with 3 to 4 metres to the rear of the back gardens. The minimum standard set out in creating places for new dwellings is 70 square metres as an average, or anything around or below 40 square metres will generally be unacceptable. It also asks officers to look at the existing context, and 32 to 21 square metres would be significantly less than what would be found in other residential properties in terms of private amenity space in this locality. The existing dwelling number 51 will be left with 54 square metres of side garden and a very small backyard. The average footprint of dwellings in Mazines Park ranges from 125 to 135 square metres. The proposed dwellings will have a footprint of 107 square metres, below the average and out of character. So although there's been some mimicking of the design, it's a condensed version of what already exists at Mazines Park. In terms of policy consideration in relation to access, movement and parking, as already set out, roads required additional information in relation to the insufficient car parking space available for dwellings, and the shared driveway out of character, and the issues in relation to the need for an engineer certificate. All of these issues were brought to the attention of the applicant's agent in a meeting prior to making a recommendation to committee, and he was offered the opportunity to address these on without prejudice basis to our recommendation to refuse in character, but that opportunity wasn't taken up. In terms of residential amenity, the proposal will not adversely impact nearby properties in terms of privacy, overlooking and overshadowing. EHD and consultant have requested noise mitigation in the form of upgraded glazing units. We believe it's, although it's been recommended for condition, this could be added as an informative if an acceptable scheme was ever found at this site. So in terms of overall policy consideration, in relation to character, the issues are that the size, due to the size, site and layout and access arrangement, the site will be out of character and overdevelopment of a restricted site. The other critical policy consideration relates to the Rivers Agency response in terms of PPS 15 and FLD 5, in that the site is located within a flood inundation zone of the controlled Craigern Reservoir. And FLD 5 requires the applicant to demonstrate that the condition management and maintenance regime of the reservoir is appropriate to provide sufficient assurance regarding reservoir safety. This is not within the control of the applicant, and he hasn't been able to provide such a condition management and maintenance regime. And therefore it has not been demonstrated the development will not be subject to downstream flood risk as a result of unacceptable depth and velocity in the event of a reservoir failure. Again, this point was raised with the applicant's agent, and he was asked to address it or put a statement forward. But again, without prejudice, but again, that offer wasn't taken up. Therefore, we have presented refusal reasons to committee on the basis that the proposal is contrary to SPPS, policy BE1 of the area plan, policy QD1 of PPS 7, policy LC1 of PPS 7 addendum, in that the development, if permitted, would result in unacceptable damage to local character, environmental quality and residential amenity due to the overdevelopment of this restricted site, due to the site size, siting, layout and access arrangements. And the proposal is also contrary to PPS 3 and policy AMP 7, car parking in several regions, in that it would, if permitted, prejudice the safety and convenience of road users. It's not been demonstrated it would be possible within the application site provide parking in accordance with the standards set out the department's DCAN 15. And we've also presented a refusal reason in relation to FLD 5, PPS 15, in that the site is, in the development is within the flood inundation zone of the controlled Craigern Reservoir, and has not been demonstrated that a condition management and maintenance regime of the reservoir is appropriate to provide sufficient assurance regarding reservoir safety, and therefore it has not been demonstrated the development will not be subject to downstream flood risk as a result of unacceptable depth and velocity from the reservoir. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, there are no speakers, so any questions for the officer? John, have you any questions? John Boyd? Councillor Jackson?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Maggie, for the report. And notwithstanding all the refusal reasons, there's one of them that jumps out at me that as a cause of great concern, and it's the one that's connected to the Craigern Reservoir and FLD 5. I know there's been other applications that came before this council where there was that there was recommendations for refusal on a similar basis, and I know there's been a lot of discussion at different levels around mitigation or works to be carried out the Craigan Reservoir, so that restriction wouldn't be in place. And I know that there was an announcement earlier on this year where the communities minister allocated funding towards safety works, and there was a hope that our ministers, there would be a cocktail of funding that would be put in place to try and address the issue, because it needs addressed. This is and I had maybe been hopeful that there had been progress being made in this, because I note in the last planning committee we received a notice of opinion from DFI that they intended to approve the office development at Fort George, which would be within the same flood and inundation zone. But in this application, we've got recommendation or advice from DFI Rivers, a rivers agency, that that this would be impacted in the case of a catastrophic failure. So that's something that's alarming, and it's something that needs to be addressed. So I know there's not a question within there; it's just a statement that that particular constraint, because there's major regeneration plans along the A2 Buncrana Road and Fort George and the wider surrounding areas, which because that flood and inundation zone covers an expansive area, and it just needs to be sorted. And that's something that if there's no further questions, I have no problem proposing that we accept the recommendation. But I just wanted to make that point, that on that particular issue, it's a major concern around regeneration and development within that part of our district. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Lowe, did you wish to come in? Did you? No, it's Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair, and echo sentiments of Councillor Jackson there, except for the mere fact about this minister will do this and this minister will do that. That's nothing with regard to this application. This application, I know the area really well, and the traffic is just abominable. So if Christopher is making that proposal, I would be happy to second that we accept the officer's recommendation for refusal. Thanks, Chair.
Alderman McClintock, please.
And I'll be very brief, Chair, because notwithstanding the issue about FLD 5 and the whole Craigan Reservoir situation, which is outside the applicant's ability to do anything about, I think the other issues that have been presented to us by our officer, this is completely against all the established pattern of machines. I know the area very, very well, having worked in that area for many, many years. The size of the footprint and the size of the gardens are totally unacceptable. So it's not a question either. And I know the officer's report has already been proposed and seconded, but I will be agreeing with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Maura?
Thanks, Chair. No, it's just on the back of the context of Councillor Jackson's comments in regard to FLD 5, just to reassure members that that particular case that he was referring to, in terms of that context, there was different issues, including a previous planning history, and that had a bearing on DFI's approach to dealing with that situation and removing that as an issue. So it's just to reassure members that in this case that doesn't exist, and therefore officers weren't in a position to do that. So it's just to clarify that that's a different situation, just in case you were wondering. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Boyle.
Just to concur with the previous speakers, if we're going to be realistic about it, this application doesn't really have very much to recommend it. You know, block plan, garden size, parking issues, bus stop at the front door. You know, like it's all been very well outlined by Malachy here. I mean, there's really very little argument that you could present that would recommend anything other than the refusal of the application.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Okay, so we have a proposal on the floor to accept the officer's recommendation proposed by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Dobbins. The vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Hussey.
Or.
You, Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman McClintock.
Or.
Thank you.
For Eamon, sorry, couldn't get the button turned on. For Eamon.
Councillor Boyle.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson. Or. Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Logue. Thank you. Councillor Maguire. Thank you. Councillor McKinney. Thank you. Councillor Mooney. Thank you. That's unanimous, members.
Okay, that's been passed as unanimous. Okay, now we're going to move on to item 9. And before we start, I'd like to make a quick announcement. Conscious has a bereavement of family, and I would, on behalf of all of us here, like to send condolences to him. And Johnny is going to stand in for Conscious and go through the LDP. So if we can start off there, if you don't mind, Johnny. The LDP update and proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. The purpose of this paper is to update on the recent progress on the preparation of the LDP and particularly the formal submission stage, and to get members agreement that we can proceed to advertise and consult the plan and the proposed plan changes, and then in addition with members agreement as soon as possible after the close of that consultation, get the DPS, that's the draft plan strategy that we published in 2019, in December 2019, get that and the supporting documents and the proposed changes and any responses that comments that we get from that consultation exercise gathered up and submitted to DFI. By way of background, members will recall that we did a previous update paper similar to this in the 21st of September of this year, and at that meeting members felt that their thoughts and the content of the LDP just wasn't quite marrying up at that stage, and a further roundtable discussion meeting was needed to clarify those issues. We had that meeting take place on the 13th of October, and that involved quite detailed discussion about the 3 main issues that were felt to remain at that point, and those were the percentage of social affordable housing in new developments, to increase that from 10 to 20%, and then also new wording in terms of the phase 3 and the sort of release of new housing lands, and then additional text to ensure that there was a satisfactory tone in the plan in regards to rezoning, a rezoning mechanism. So those, after as a result of that meeting, all members were given the opportunity to submit any further comments on or before the 20th of October. Now, we didn't receive any further comments to that meeting, and now this paper sets out the revised proposed changes based on those issues, those 3 issues that we discussed in detail at RTD 9 back in October. Just as by way of a recap, how did we get to this point? Members will recall that we have had a series of 9 roundtable discussions starting from April of this year right through to July. and that has allowed members to consider and propose a response to the representations that we have received, to agree the proposed changes, and where appropriate then, so that we can take them forward. Those RTD sessions, as we agreed to run them out, have now concluded, and the main issues have been discussed and agreed with members at those roundtable discussions, and we've incorporated all those comments into the proposed changes, which is in your appendix at item 8. So how do we assess the representations that we receive? How do we consider them in going forward? The Development Plan Practice Note 10 provides the guidance where it sets out that Council can, as a result of publishing a draft plan, can make certain changes to it. And it sets out for two main types of change. Those are either minor changes, such as minor typos, and then focus changes, which they say should be used very sparingly and limitedly, and really only in exceptional circumstances. And these are to deal with unforeseen issues that really address and potentially affect the soundness of the plan. However, in reviewing the 250 odd representations that we received during the 2 consultation periods that we ran, we, similar to other councils that have been analysing their reps and taking them forward, have identified a number of other changes that just don't exactly fit into that minor or focused section. They can neither be, they're not minor, but they're not ones that really are saying there is a soundness issue in this plan. If another paper that we will present later on today will consider the revised LDP timetable, and if that is similarly agreed, we will seek then to take the papers from today's meeting, and after ratification at full council, take those forward for 8 weeks of consultation, starting in December and ending in February, and then as soon as possible after that, get all the comments received as a result of that consultation and get those to DFI to start the formal submission process. So, and the key issue really is in taking account of the development plan practice note. We will consider in accordance with it, but we are not following exactly what it says in terms of setting out minor and focused changes. We are not proposing to set out 2 separate schedules as the development plan practice note requests, but we are going to do one schedule of proposed changes, and those will set out minor changes ranging from typos and spelling errors and things like that, and then other changes which are considered to be a bit more substantive, where we've put a tweak or a new policy into any of the policies or the JNA. And then there are other changes that are sort of intermediate, and we consider those lie in between sort of like the minor and substantive, but we would stress that they do not go to the heart of any soundness issues, and they don't constitute any sort of focused changes. It's quite a somewhat subjective process in trying to categorize all the changes, but we believe this makes it a much more easier and logical process to follow. So we're going to present these proposed changes as we have done in the appendix as a single schedule, logically arranged in page order as they appear in the draft plan strategy document itself. And we believe that in doing that, that is within the spirit of the practice note 10. And then we will proceed with your agreement members to get this advertised and consulted on. And we will consult on all the proposed changes, everything that we have received, be it a minor typo to anything that really gets to the heart of a policy. We will be advertising on those. I would stress at this point, it is not certain how the Planning Appeals Committee, and that is the independent sort of referee that will undertake our independent examination, it is not certain how the PIC will deal with this interpretation of doing the proposed changes. But in recent months, those other councils that have done similar or a variation on the practice note have been receiving positive feedback from DFI, who are the sort of the first handlers when they get the report before it goes on to the PAC. So their initial assessments are that there's the potential for scope for variation, and we are not slavishly following the practice note 10. There's also then important to stress that none of the 250 proposed changes that you will see in the proposed draft changes schedule are fundamental. There's nothing that goes to the heart of the DPS and says that this is unsound or your plan is fundamentally flawed. We've also reviewed it cumulatively to say, look, do 250 little changes add up to like a big issue? And again, we are satisfied that in doing that and reviewing those, that is not the case. You could also look at it positively and say that to receive 250 comments or to put forward 250 proposed changes shows that we have undertaken extensive consultation, we have listened, and we are not scared or afraid or shying away from making those changes where we feel it makes this plan better. And that's how we are putting it forward. Our plan is fatter than most of the plans that have gone out to date, and our proposed schedule of changes probably has more than any to date, but we are not afraid of what we're putting forward. To get through then the changes that we have done, I say you've got them set out in the papers from paragraph 3.7 on, so we'll just sort of paraphrase the changes that we have done. But in paragraph 3.7, you'll see the changes there. Numbers 26 up to 30. That just brings forward general development principles and general development policies. That's going to apply to all planning applications where relevant. That hadn't been fully set out first time round, and we're going to do that. In 3.8, you'll see that, and 3.9, that we are making certain changes to really strengthen our city and town centre in terms of retailing. In 3.10, we needed to put in a strategic sort of countryside approach, and that new policy, other development in the countryside, number 1, basically signposts all the categories of development that are acceptable and says that anything outside of that, you should be showing us in the first instance why you can't go into a settlement. At paragraph 311, we discussed then, you'll see that changes PCs number 126 up to 137. That really sets out those key issues that members felt just hadn't been properly considered. We couldn't get agreement on at the RTD number 8. So those are the changes then that we're making to policies HOU 1, housing policy number 1, and HOU 5 in terms of the 3 main issues, again, which were the issues regarding the number of social housing, that ratio, and also additional lands to be identified, and also the issue of considering rezoning and dezoning. So that's all covered there. Members also articulated very clearly their importance for tree protection, retention of hedgerows, particularly in terms of our climate change observations, and bringing forward that we maintain a leafy nature and development, and saying that they would sort of look not favourably on those developers that clear sites first and then seek to develop them and call them the oaks afterwards. So you'll see there PC 181 puts in fairly strong policy and beefs up in addition to what's been in previous plans to ensure that we protect trees, hedgerows in planning applications, and also those that are formally protected by tree preservation orders. Changes from 190 to 205, they address the representations from the Northern Ireland Environment Agency Historic Environment Division, and it mostly replicates at their request sort of tried and tested wording on the SPPS and PPS 6, and where if we haven't addressed everything that they wanted, we feel there's a happy medium, and that's reflected in the changes, and that's discussed in the RTDs. And in paragraphs 3.14 and 3.15, we have also just amended some policies as previously discussed with members, particularly Red 1, which was sort of 5 pages long. It's now been broken down into more readable and manageable chunks. And we've also done some procedural changes in terms of community benefits and the importance of our future monitoring of the LDP to assess its progress. So they're all set out clearly in the table, and I hope that those meet what we'd previously discussed and what has come out of the Roundtable 9 meeting that we had to just copper fasten the changes that we couldn't agree or felt were missing from the previous Roundtable meeting. All of those changes then have to be backed up by a parallel and iterative process of sustainability appraisal, habitats regulation assessment, and then also equality impact assessments and rural needs. And they have all been fed into the mix and done with the consultants that we have procured to work with us, which are shared environmental services, and there'll be a paper on those following. But there have been no adverse comments come back from that. The SA process and the HRA process says that the changes that have been made positively enhance the plan, and likewise we have no concerns from that front. We also have to, with us reviewed, and in the sort of coming months, we'll also be just changing some of the evidence papers to be updated as a result of any of the changes that we have been made. And again, any changes to the evidence papers have been discussed and followed through at the RTD meetings. So members, that's really where we are now. This is the final set of proposed changes, as we think reflects what we had agreed at meetings between ourselves. We have no, as we said there in section 4 in our paper, there's no implications arising directly from this report, but it is crucial that the Council tries to ensure the timely delivery of a fit for purpose and sound plan. We put this plan out, the draft, in 2019, December 2019. We want to get this agreed and get this moving forward. So the recommendation, members in front of you this evening, is that if you are content that you approve the responses as set out in the proposed changes table, and then this would allow the proposed changes to be advertised during December to early February, and then after that immediately to formally submit the LDP draft plan strategy documents to DFI strategic planning as soon as practically possible in the days and weeks after that. Thank you, members.
Okay, members, are we all in agreement with what Johnny has said for the revised LDP timetable? What? Right, okay. Jumping the gun here. Right. Okay, any questions to John? Mr. Jackson?
Thanks, Chair. And I just want to start by offering my condolences to the branches. I know Francis has and the entire team has put up an awful lot of work into the LDP, and it is sad that Francis isn't able to be here today. As we hopefully progress the LDP through the next stage, but I just want to echo your own sentiments, Chair, and our thoughts and prayers are with him at the minute. Johnny, I appreciate the report and I appreciate the consideration that was given to members' comments throughout the draft plan strategy and the proposed changes. We had rehearsed a lot of the concerns that members had. We had well rehearsed concerns that we felt the LDP perhaps wasn't going far enough or was being restrictive in terms of meeting the needs of people within our council area. The small subtle changes that have been made hopefully will create more opportunities for sustainable development, and particularly around housing, creating homes for people, where where they want to live or they need to live. There is a few there's a few there's a few points that I wouldn't mind. They're very small points, but just in relation to HOU1, the and around the issue of dezoning and rezoning. I know there was concerns raised around the perception of land banking and what council can do. They act as a deterrent for those who are sitting on land that aren't bringing it forward for development, because this is a local development plan for the people of Derry City and Strabane district. We're not serving the interests of private landowners and developers, and that's something that we need. That's the message that we need to be coming out of this this process. Is that this is a plan that's focused on delivering on the needs of people, and land banking could continue to be an issue. I know that there's a line in there around the potential that land can be rezoned as phase 2, or alternatively phase 1 or phase 2 lands can be rezoned for alternative use. I know at the roundtable discussion we had considered and discussed inserting the line that council intends to rezone lands at the earliest opportunity if lands aren't coming forward, if these aren't being implemented. I just wouldn't mind a legal opinion of, is that something that we could, is that type of language appropriate as part of this LDP? I know it's saying the same thing. The text that's contained within HOU1 does reflect the discussions that have been had. I just felt that can be and intends to. No, it's stronger language that might send that stronger message to those landowners that are currently sitting on land that and not bringing forward development. I think we want to send out a strong message that this, we need development now. We need to deliver homes now, and we can't. The people, the thousands of people that are waiting on waiting lists, can't afford to wait any much longer. So it was just around expediting that any development. Just particularly welcome the progress around the 20% of social or affordable homes within any development, which is coming from after discussions from the housing executive, who were strongly recommending that we took that approach, and hopefully that will change the direction of housing developments within our council area during the lifetime of this plan, where we're going to be continuously addressing the housing need, the social housing need that exists, and it's continuously growing. So that 20% should go a long way to try and address that housing need, accompanying with the strategic housing reserve that we had discussed in areas where there isn't any available land zoned for housing. But just with that change, I just wouldn't mind a wee bit of clarification on the planned change. It's the plan change 134. It refers to in rural villages or in villages and small settlements, the minimum viable number of affordable units will be 2 in a development of 10 or more. I just wondered, with the change of the 20% quota, is that statement relevant or appropriate anymore because there's 2 and 10 equates to 20% anyway. It's just, could we remove that line? It's just at the bottom of page 49. But overall, Chair, I just want to thank officers for the work that's been done. The local development plan, I want to thank members for all their contributions to it. And hopefully we can progress this and create a new development plan that's going to be a step change for particularly the delivery of social housing within this council area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those sentiments and words, Councillor Jackson. I think we all would agree with what you've said there, especially about land banking, and maybe we should sort of come the next executive, be maybe speaking to our new ministers about the possibility of doing what they're doing in the Republic of Ireland. When it come 2024, if you're holding on the land, you will be taxed on it. And that might be the rocket they need to make them sort of move and maybe start releasing land a bit quicker. I know it's maybe a long time away, but at least it's something, Yeah. Johnny, you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the point you raised about the 2 and 10, which is still equates to the 20%. We're trying to keep a sort of consistency across. So I certainly, from a professional point of view, I'd be happy with that. That it still looks, but there's still scope that if we need to look, if there is, it's the same way as HOU1 sets out that we recognise there are needs within certain areas that. In the round, if we need to look at certain settlements and that needs to go, up or down, if there is a critical need on a local level, the same way as we've identified it in a strategic level, that we could consider that. I'll be happy enough with as it sits at the minute in relation to the change number 126. So I would defer to Philip possibly to comment, but I think we have felt that's as strong as we can go. The plan process sets out that there's the consideration before and at a certain stage, and we put our plan strategy out, then we get to the local policies, and there is an intervening period where we have to do all that consideration as to, well, what land hasn't done anything, do we need it, where are we going to zone, as that zoning actually happens at the LPP stage, and perhaps by the time we get to that, and landowners start to see, this new LDP has rolled into town, there are policy changes coming, it might shake a bit of the lethargy out of some that see development happening and think, well, if I'm not in the game, I'm going to lose my lands, and they may want to start making changes to their putting in applications, or otherwise they will find themselves going down the pecking order, particularly as we try to do this sustainably and looking at getting people connected, and then looking at the sites that are further out. So that's Philip, if you want to just cover that point.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor or Chair. This was an issue that Francis and I discussed at some considerable depth following the RDP meeting. Very conscious of the desire of members to be quite clear of the desire to avoid land banking, and to we wanted to reflect the fact that we needed to open the door as far as we possibly could to rezoning of land in relation to it. We were concerned that alternative wordings that we considered in relation to this might push us to a level whereby there would be a challenge on the grounds of unlawful fettering of discretion through the LDP. So this was the wording that we hit upon in relation to this. We thought pushed this as far as we could for this purpose. I think it's quite an innovative approach to the whole thing, actually, and reflected as far as we could members' desire to ensure that those that might be considering land banking were aware that the council had in its LDP a proposal which made it quite clear that dezoning was a very great risk to people who were seeking to land bank once we reached that phase 1, phase 2 point in time. So that was the reason and the rationale for the wording that we had there at the moment. As I said, was to take it as far as we could without being placed in a position whereby we thought that there was a risk of our discretion being fettered.
You happy with that answer?
Absolutely, and just on Johnny's earlier point around the 2 and 10, and I suppose the point that I was making, the general direction has been set. I was questioning whether it was necessary if Johnny's professional opinion states that it remains necessary or it remains helpful or appropriate that that's retained. I have no issue. It was just that clarification I was seeking. I Philip's points entirely because one of the things that we do want to see coming out of all of this is that we want to see this LDP coming out the other side of an independent assessment, and if the legal opinion is that stronger language might be an impediment to that, then I suppose we accept the point that we push this as far as we can, but we have sent that message to landowners that we expect applications to be coming forward. We expect to see development, and that the line in there that land can be rezoned or dezoned, I suppose, is that reminder that if we don't see applications forthcoming, then there may be consequences going forward. So I take the point entirely. Thank you, Chair.
You fine, Christopher? Okay, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to be associated with Councillor Jackson's comments from Eastern Punches. It's very sad, and could you pass on our condolences, mine and our sure other members as well. On that note, and just on the point of where we are now, I'm actually glad we're here now. It's a very good day for us and for our planning committee that since I came on the council at the end of February last year, this has been ongoing and there's been extensive consultations. I think the planning committee members and officers have consulted extensively in regards to all areas of the LDP. There were particular areas that were highlighted by Councillor Jackson, i.e. HOU1, HOU5, and the rural aspect, but where the feedback is coming from. But I think it's been canvassed particularly well. We've come to arrangements, and I think now we're at a part where we in the Derry City Eastbound District Council area have actually refined our own bespoke document that reflects the views of our local area. And now we're at the stage where we can put it back out for consultation and to see what the views are again. And I'm looking forward to the receipt of those views from whatever parties choose to come back to us on it. And then hopefully then it'll be robust and enough for the next stage for the PAC consultation process. But I'm just glad and just like to thank officers and members for a lot of hard work, a lot of diligent work, and the participation of all the members and officers in relation to this matters. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Sean, for those comments. Okay, we're going on to Johnny. You want to speak about the LD? Oh, sorry, can we have a proposal in a second? Proposed by John Boyd and seconded by Sean Mooney. All in favour? Yeah. Yeah. Unanimous? Yeah. Okay.
Chair, I have to go. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. You, Patricia.
Okay. Thank you, members. Yeah, that was good to get that behind us.
Okay, members, we're just going to take number 10, 11, 12. Decisions as read. As read. We get a decision on it. Our members content to go ahead and take a decision. Take the decision. Yeah. Any objections? No. That's read. Okay. Open for information. Open for information. Planning appeals update. Andre.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to update members. You have the appeals update paper there. Just at the time of sending that paper, we had no new appeals submitted. However, in the last couple of days, I just wanted to let members know that we did receive an appeal for the Ballygudden application, the 97 houses in Ballygudden. It's LA 11 2017 0902F. So an appeal has been lodged for that refusal. So just wanted to update members on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Okay, 15 is the decision. We're moving to confidential now. Please, IT.